Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Daytona International Speedway for tonight's running of the 2025 E83 Flying Machines Duels at Daytona for this weekend's Winstel 400. I am Parker Alexander, joined for Heat 1 coverage by Emily Howe. Emily, we are in for an exciting night of racing. We, of course, have Heat 1, Heat 2, which you and I will both be involved in, and then we have the second chance race here later tonight after Heat 2. So 3 action-packed races, and it should be a pretty decent field for all 3 of them.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic night of racing. You know, full fields here. We got, I believe, 35 cars in heat number 1. So full field of cars tonight for tonight's heats and second chance qualifier. It'll be the first time we've really seen this many cars on track this season. Compared to last year, the track's a little bit hotter. And with the updates to iRacing in terms of oval updates, the heat matters more. So we should see a very slick and action-packed race.
That'll, of course, be very exciting. Last night, of course, was Bud Pole qualifying here at the Daytona International Speedway. Nate Stewart picking up the pole for tomorrow night's Winstel 400. Alex Kolnick's also making up the front row. As right now, we have qualifying going on for Heat 1 here. As right now, early times on the chart show Aaron Smith with a 46.885, a little bit faster than what we saw last night. How do you think? Why do you think that is?
I think simply the case is last night, you know, we had a pretty hot track and pretty high humidity. So humidity really pulled that motor down and kind of make it harder to get rolling. And we saw a little bit lower speeds than what we were kind of expecting, but you know, should see, you know, some of the fast guys probably in the low 8s. Look for people like Roberts, etc., to really put down some hot laps.
So right now we're looking at Rocky Boy 3 making his way through 3 and 4 to start his lap. He looked very, very excited in practice to get racing. He was making some very aggressive moves. We'll be keeping an eye on him tonight. Qualifying, we're in the dying minutes here, 2 minutes to go. Rocky making his way through his lap. Now, Hal, I want to talk to you. Now, the rules package we have here is a little bit different than most things on iRacing. Most things they have, you know, things get kind of stagnant, stuck kind of 3 wide. This car, however, has what we call the new draft model. It's very dynamic racing. You can side draft. Take us through what we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of people who come and go throughout the field. You know, the side draft is very important, and being able to rip a good tandem is very important. And unlike the next gen, it's kind of very easy to just slam and shove to the pack. You can only really push the car ahead of you, so it's going to be very hard to really, you know, master the tandem and how to, you know, hit people without wrecking them, basically. So a lot of people at the front will stay at the front, and, you know, a lot of people who struggle will be at the back.
That's very true. As Rocky Boy put a P3 there for tonight's first heat. Nicholas Pressey on the track now, rolling through his lap. Now, we did have a few practice races, so some guys will have a little bit more experience in this racing than others. How do you think that will benefit those guys?
It's going to be a tremendous benefit. You know, getting used to this car and how its quirks and little abnormalities handle. It's really important to really get the most out of it. You know, people who have run this race before in the past, especially last year, the first one on new damage model, are really at a major advantage when it comes to understanding what's going on and moving their way forward.
Alrighty, qualifying is going to get wrapped up here in about the next 15 seconds. So, what are your picks here for this race? Who are you eyeing up?
I think obviously you got to look at the Winstel drivers that are in this field. You know, guys like Brendan McGee, Sean Peleg, Christian Budd, Austin Smith, or Aaron Smith, I should say, Dylan Roberts. Guys like them know this package, they know what they're doing, and I look to see them team up and stay at the front as long as they can.
All right, the grid is set. Aaron Smith on the pole here for Heat 1.
I should also point out there are 2 wild cards in this field with Brendan McGee and Brandon Cruz Fights. Both of them have the promoter's provisional, which allows them to, if they do not make the top 11, to transfer into the main event but start at the back. I also have that as well, so I will be a wild card in heat number 2.
Alrighty, going over tonight's starter grid, as I mentioned, Aaron Smith on the pole, Nicholas Pressey starting P2, put that thing on the front row. Row 2 is going to be James Holzer on the inside, followed by Rocky Boyd. Michael Sturgill inside row. Oh, we should have planned this out. Go ahead.
Michael Sturgill will be inside of row number 3 alongside Christian Budd on the outside. Inside row number 4 is Austin Reedy, and outside of row number 4 is wildcard Brennan McGee.
All right, row 5, William Boisvert and Cole Hooper on the outside. Inside row 6, Jonathan Hernandez, that's a Winstel regular, alongside another Winstel regular, Dylan Roberts.
Inside row number 7, we have Armando Jan Petrovic and Bryce Saucier. Row 8 will be Leandro Moreira and longtime Winstel regular Sean Pellig in the number 17 Ford.
Row number 9 going to consist of Zach Robinson and Anthony Krobach, another Winstel regular. Row 10, GT Hawkins in that bright green number 14 machine, and Chris Chambeau making up the outside.
Row 11 will include Andrew Cootie and Tom Willett. Inside row 12, we have Corey Cook and Jeremy Davis.
Row 13 going to consist of Mark Parkhurst and Cody Kennedy. Charles Collington, I believe I got that right, inside row 14. Outside, Tristan Baker.
We have Caden Diedrich inside row number 15 and Andrew Tripiano on the outside of row number 15. Inside row...
Alex Shook. My bad, go ahead.
We got the Cadence wrong there, didn't we, Parker? Alex Shoka inside row 16 and Avian's own Carmen Sienna on the outside of row number 16.
Brandon Cruz making up the inside of row 17, and on the outside is Jose Salas Jr. Look for that car to make his way to the front, and rounding out the field, Hayden Rapa.
To the pace truck roll down the back straightaway, about half a lap to the grid. Parker, in these moments, what are you thinking as you're kind of tightening up your belts and getting rolling, taking green flag to kick off the Winstel 400 season?
At this point, I'm ready to go. I'm antsy. I'm ready to see that green flag. I'm ready to get going. I'm just super excited at this point in the race. I'm shaking. I'm amped up. Getting ready to do a little bit of boogity.
As we get ready to come down and take the green, I want to point out that this is a 40-lap race with a 75% fuel cell, meaning that these guys can go about 30 laps on fuel. So if we go green, they will need to stop for fuel, but regardless, they will need to stop for fuel at least once in this race. And again, when we finish this race, the top 11 cars will transfer out into Sunday's big event. The rest will go on to the second chance qualifier. As the green flag comes out to start the Winstel season, Aaron Smith takes the green flag, and here we go. Outside line pulling ahead a little bit as we thunder off in the turn number 1 and go through the gears. Hitting fourth gear just about now. These guys are going to start organizing, going to start pushing. Going to see two lines really form up and kind of separate around from the third cars in line here. As they come to the back straightaway, everyone pretty organized. Nothing really going on in the back yet.
That outside lane starting to get organized now with Nicholas Pressey and Rocky Boyd laying the bumper to Nicholas. Nicholas going to drop down to the inside in front of Aaron Smith Jr. And that's going to really kind of even these lanes out with Nicholas Pressey getting about a car length lead.
I want to focus on, you got Christian Budd, Brennan McGee, Dylan Roberts, and Sean Pellig all lined up within the first 8 cars on the outside line. I'm looking for them to probably organize up together here and try to dominate that outside line here in the next few laps.
That's a very good point, Howe, as Rocky Boyd now taking the lead on the outside from Nicholas Pressey. That outside line, that's probably going to be the lane you want to be in for a little bit, and probably until these tires start to wear out, because that is a factor also in this race. These tires, they do wear out. It does start to push up a little bit as you go on into a run, so that will also be a factor.
Yeah, in the practice race we found that it took about 10 laps before the right fronts kind of started going away on you, and the outside line got very treacherous. It was very easy to go up into the corner and kind of hit the wall with the car not turning the way you think it would, and it made the bottom much more viable as we kind of got through the run.
One thing you really got to look out for is the side draft here in these cars. It's very, very, very strong when you get on that right rear quarter panel. And that's really why this outside line kind of prevails early in the going. But as we see now, the bottom line with Nicholas Pressey is prevailing.
Yeah, we'll see some ebb and flow as the cars kind of get up to temp, and these cars, they heat up very quickly. You get the 285 on oil, and you start pushing water up the car, and so the first couple of laps you can kind of push pretty hard, but then as you kind of get going, you kind of have to only push on the straightaways and get very good at getting a rhythm to cool your car off. Just kind of bud back off and get that car length gap between the cars to get his car pulled up. We'll see him probably pull up back to the Rocky Boyd machine and push him down the front straightaway here.
As I say, with our great onboard shot there, you can see Christian Budd pushing Rocky Boyd the whole way down that back straightaway. You're going to see that a lot with those front two cars really trying to push each other and get each other ahead of the front line.
We'll see Andrew Cootie is leading the middle line in his number 9 machine, the Notre Dame machine in the middle there. He started towards the back and he's kind of worked his way forwards, kind of got some takers from that middle line. The middle line's very effective, but also very scary. There's a lot of buffeting that goes on between the cars on the inside and outside. You're getting side wrapped on both sides, so it's very effective, but you have to be really careful and really confident in your car to make it up that middle line.
Also very treacherous because you're getting side wrapped from both sides. It can easily slow you down a lot, and also if you're on that inside line on the bottom of 3 wide, it's real tough down there. As Rocky Boyd gonna surge ahead here and lead this lap at the Daytona International Speedway. Rocking lap 5 now, completing 4 laps. This race has gone by pretty smoothly so far, but it's still relatively early in the going.
Taking a look at our racing rooms that we kind of have set up, the team channels of the series, it looks like Andrew Cootie and Corey Cook are working together, that 61 machine. So you see them pushing up the middle of the line. Those two are working together to try to make it through the heat.
Brandon McGee moves down to that middle line now, along with James Holzer. That's going to really just jumble this pack up, make it 3 by 3, about 4 or 5 rows deep.
Yeah, Holzer and McGee are two of the most aggressive drivers when it comes to plate racing. Holzer was a Winstel regular for a couple years, took a year off last year, back again for the Winstel 400. Very aggressive driver, very good at plate tracks. Look for him and Brandon McGee to push the way towards the front and lead some laps here.
Christian Budd now leading that outside line as Rocky Boyd drops down to that middle. We'll see if Christian can make any headway as, oh my goodness, they are getting sideways and jostling for position up here at the front.
Yeah, 3 by 3 by 3 all throughout the field. Very intense racing very early in this heat.
Yeah, oh man, and you see down the back straight with that head-on shot, you can see everybody kind of making their moves, crisscrossing their lines, trying to get into the position they want to be. As it looks like Rocky Boyd gonna lead that inside line now and continue to lead here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, in situations like this when you're 3 by 3, I really hate being on the bottom. It really, really is hard to get momentum going because you got so much side draft coming to you. I'd like to be in the middle or the top when these situations occur, but also the bottom is a bit of a safety net if you're trying to just ride. You have more chances to move out of the way when action happens. If you're up against the wall, you're really just praying that no one hits you because you got no place to go when action breaks out. You see 4 wide down the back straightaway with Brandon McGee and several others. Who is that before he gets...
Brennan's getting sideways, they're touching.
Cars in the grass, we might
Cars in the grass, here. The 11 car. They are wrecking in the back.
Caution is out.
Big wreck in the back. Caution is out.
I saw Cruz and Carmen were involved, several others involved. Looks like no one really got backwards, but a bunch of cars sideways slowed down, caution out for the first time, which probably means that if they stop now, they will be good to the end on fuel.
That is a fair point, Howe. That could have been... that could have been very bad.
That could have been race over for many of these guys. We do have one fast car in this race, so it's not game over if you are wrecked, but you don't want to use that on lap 8. Please get a look at the replay here.
Get a look at the replay here. It looks like the 11 car Austin Reedy got sent down into the grass. He rode it down, did a great job missing everybody, and they all kept it straight. I thought that was going to be a big wreck when I saw that 11 car going through the grass, but everybody kept it straight.
If you go back to that first look, I believe Corey Cook was the first car, so I will see Sean Peleg in the blue car there up in the wall, and this is going to start a chain reaction here back to the field as people lift. I believe we're going to see Corey Cook get run into from behind here as the accordion happens and then shoot down into the right front of Austin Reedy. And from here on, that grass is just so slick. Austin has no control of this car. All he can do is lock it up and hope to slow down before he gets back on the track.
Austin did a fantastic job locking that thing down and getting it wound up to not hit anybody, and just got very lucky right there, missing that 41 of Leandro Moreira. Great job by all these guys to keep it straight.
Fantastic job, everybody. That should have been a tremendous accident. There's so fortunate to say nobody get taken out of that. As we see most of the field come down pit road here, only a few cars not taking it here. I think not taking fuel here
I
is
got
a
to question
big
that
mistake.
strategy. I got to question that. I think we are
outside of the window
to
to make it. Yeah, I think we are outside of the window of making it on fuel from here, but one or two more yellows, and I think those guys who pit now are good on fuel, or if you sit at the back and, this car with how big the draft is, you can save 4 or 5 laps on fuel very easily in a run, Very much like NASCAR today, where if they get 3x3 and, you're able to just sit at the back half throttle, that draft will just keep you rolling and you can save so many lots of fuel. But if you have to pit under green here in the last 5 laps because you didn't pit now, you're going to be kicking yourself very, very hard.
Absolutely, that's what I was pretty much getting ready to say. That you're going to be kicking yourself if we go green here, and these guys are able to make it that just pitted. As we got our track facts here for the Daytona International Speedway, 2.5 miles, 31 degrees, opening 59, and this wonderful new pavement was done in 2011. This race was first run in 2013, and last year, our very own Emily Howe won the race, and our very own myself won the pole. Unfortunately, this year not so lucky in the bud pole qualifying, but this year we got a very, very, very stout number, 84 registrants for this race. It filled up very quickly, and we're very proud of that. So, thank you to everybody who signed up. It should be a fun weekend.
Yeah, hopefully I can go back and defend my title, but we'll see what happens.
So, Hal, I want to get your thoughts on that opening run there. It was a very, very tight racing. It was very exciting to watch. Anybody you got your eye on after that one?
I think pretty much anyone who was kind of up there. I mean, I think we saw really good moves from guys like Andrew Cootie and Corey Cook working their way up through there. The Big Fan Esports cars are always up in the front, and then, Holzer, we haven't seen him in a year, but looks like he's going to be competitive. And then, of course, Brendan McGee, Christian Budd, all the Winstel guys, always look forward to seeing them up in the front. And now we got the racing control of Dylan Roberts. Dylan is a damn good plate racer, and, he's been kind of, I think he's one of the key contenders for this year's Winstel 400. So look to see him kind of control the field here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this restart, seeing with all these guys with a full fuel tank, and maybe some of them on fresher tires. That could also be a factor. So yeah, it's going to be an entertaining race from here on out.
You're right on top of Nicholas Pressey, looking back at the number 5 machine. Both these cars, Speed Racer themed, both these drivers in various ABN covered leagues. So I believe these two will be working together pretty tough together, Blake Sosi and Nicholas Pressey. So look to see them team up and see what they can do. We're going to look at Dylan Roberts' brand new 31 machine painted up by none other than Mr. Parker Alexander.
It's a cheating machine, as you can see there. Dylan running that number 31, inspired off of the Dave Marcus 2001 machine. Always like seeing Dave out there running the Team Real Tree schemes. They always looked nice. So yeah, nice to recreate that for Dylan. And yeah, you'll see me later in the second heat with my cheating machine inspired off the Kyle Petty's Hot Wheel machine. So I'm looking forward to it.
Got some very beautiful machines out here this year. The Big Fan Esports cars always look great, and then guys like Sean Pellig, Nick Doucette, you all paint up damn good machines. So some pretty cars to see as we head into and who can forget the iconic down there in 5th yellow Aaron Smith 2 machine.
Yeah, always. I always love seeing Aaron running that yellow machine as the pace truck's getting ready to come down on the pit lane here. And we're going to get this race back underway. Pace truck making that big left-hand turn. Dylan Roberts going to get us to the restart zone, and we're going to be underway. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona. Lots of wheel spin there on that front row for Nicholas Pressey. Still kind of stacking up on that outside line.
Yeah, once you get kind of the heat the tires and get that new one off them, it is kind of hard to restart. You wouldn't think that, but we've started to realize.
Well, he's still sideways.
Oh man, they are just not lining up very good on that top side. We'll see someone jumping up top. I think we're going to see people jump to the top here and really kind of form a third lane here pretty soon.
Already put up top 3 wide. I believe that is Michael Sturgill putting himself in the middle there.
And Sean has Caden Dietrich in that 24 machine pushing him there. as we get the call from race control. Get the call from race control in this last instant. It was confirmed as a racing deal. Not shocked to see that. So nobody is being parked. If you do cause an incident in these heats or in the second chance qualifying, you will unfortunately be parked. But that's the name of the game. You have to be aggressive, but you also have to be careful out there.
That is very true, Howe. As we've seen many times in the past, people get mad, but you gotta just not cause wrecks. It's just that simple.
It sounds very simple, but
that 24 got the wall off of 2, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's tough not to touch that wall. It comes up on you very quickly, and these cars don't really want to turn down on exit like you would think. These guys get very used to the next gen to spend the car for the past 3 years on the cup side, and it is very, very easy to drive with that massive slower than the amount of downforce it has on plate tracks. You can really push through people and not really worry about handling too much. But this car is much more sensitive, much more tricky to drive, so it's going to be an experience trying to get used to that again. As we see, very, very close of Nick Presti getting pulled back by Bud there, kind of offset.
One thing there they go. That's going to be the big one.
Many, many cars involved. We're going to have...
That all got started, I believe, when Nick Presti went to block the 17 car, and it just did not work out, and then they were still kind of getting stacked up there in 1 and 2.
I don't know that it was... I think it might have been more so he got off center on Bud's. I saw it happen on the front straightaway as we got the turn number 1. He kind of fell off of Bud's nose and got side drafted back into Michael Sturgill, and it was a very awkward kind of exchange, and it all stacked up in the middle of 1 and 2.
We're going to get the ABN replay here.
Yeah, we started in action here, but it's similar to the last one. When things get kind of jumbled up front, it all kind of stacks up. We see Jose Salas going around. Up front, we see Sean Pellig.
Kennedy catching a little bit of air. Sean Pellig in the wall, yeah.
The 41 machine harder than the wall. That's going to be a fast repair for sure. We see
that is a huge hit.
Oh, man. And more cars up there. We see, oh, man, just so many cars involved. I think we're going to need to back up to the entry of one to really see how this started, but we're going to ride on board with, I believe, this is Jose Salas Jr. here. As he just gets hit in the left rear and just spins it around. I don't know that he's going to get hit again. He might not have very much damage.
He's good. I believe Jose's good there. That's shocking.
That's the cleanest incident he's had all week.
Yeah.
But I think if we back it up to the beginning of the end, probably the middle of the short shoot, because you see him already sideways up there, but if we focus on Nicholas Presti and Christian Butt up there, probably back it up even further. They all kind of get stacked up there and see everyone's getting sideways, and it's just Sean Pellig's getting turned and Cootie's on the apron. And this is all just so much action going on. There's nothing anyone can do here.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. There you see Sean getting back up into that outside wall. That's tough for him. And there's that 41 taking a huge hit to that outside line, or that outside wall. Hopefully he can get back to the pits and get his fast repair. It looks like that 69 car is going to take a hit as well. So that's tough for all those guys that take their fast repair, because it's still relatively early in this event. We're not quite halfway.
Looks like we are getting this one to be called on the number 9 car of Andrew Cootie. The admins seem to believe that he was pushing 4th car in line to kind of force this accident to happen.
That's unfortunate for him, but that's just the way it goes, and he'll have to get him in that second chance event. Alrighty, upcoming Winstel broadcast, as you see here tomorrow night, the big dance. But first, 5 o'clock, the last chance shootout and pre-race, and the green flag for the big event, 7:30. Always fun, always a great time. Looking forward to it. Going to be a full field of cars and 160 laps, 400 miles. You're obviously in the race with the Promoters Provisional, so you know, and you've won this event. You know what's going on. What's really like the strategy for the big event?
My strategy is always just to lead every lap, right? I don't ever want to sit around and ride, because that's when you get yourself in trouble. I want to be up front controlling the field, and if I wreck from second or first, so be it, but I don't want to be riding around 15th or 16th and getting caught up and stuff. So as you see here, the guys up front, they're unscathed here. So I mean, maybe for them, staying out was a smart idea. But if it's me, my goal is always to stay up the front and just control the race.
And we just want to inform you all that the LCQ and the pre-race show will be on YouTube, and the big event, the main event, the big show, will be on twitch.tv. So just wanted to let you all know about that. And yeah, Howe, we're coming up. I believe we just got the one to go, and we're gonna get them all ready to roll here. I had a little thought here. So if we get enough yellows in this race, do you think they could maybe just do a no stopper?
I think it'll be close, but we'll have to. I'll do some sleuthing. I'll have to talk to some crew chiefs down here on the box and kind of see what their thoughts are.
Yeah, we'll have to get a word on that. Yeah, looking just so excited for Heat 2. Ready to get that rolling. Obviously, last year I didn't have to worry about the heats. That was nice and relaxing, but it's nice to get some racing in this year. And also, yeah, I guess how many times have you had to race your way in, Hal?
I've had to race my way in every year, but
recently.
Well, I had to race my way in. I denied the promoters divisional a couple of times in the last few years. I think it's only been once or twice that I haven't had to race my way in.
Okay.
Every other time it's been a race my way in situation, and it hasn't really been an issue. There's been a couple times I've been the second chance qualifier, but no times in the last chance.
I was about to say, you probably make it pretty easily, but you are obviously like you said about doing a damn good plate racer, so easy for you to make your way through the heat race.
Yeah, and a lot of this is just, that reputation, right? There's a lot of star-studded drivers in here, and the guys who really are considered the best of the best will have people go with them and really don't really have much of a hard time making it through. What's really tough is if, you don't really have that number. You see them come to the green flag here to start, up 25 to go here in heat number 1.
25 to go. Rocky Boyd on the inside of the front row. Dylan Roberts outside. Be interesting to see as the outside line got just a much better restart this time. So exciting to see if they can get formed up. As you can see already, they're really locked on here, making it a good show.
Yeah, a lot more calmer this
backwards.
time. We don't see any 3 wide yet anywhere in the pack. And we're going to see. It's going to be interesting here because a lot of the guys that had the fastest cars are going to be back there having to either repair their car or use a fast repair. So we'll see here in a couple laps some guys like Sean Pellig and some of those various guys back there to start being aggressive, making their way back to the front. Because as of now, top 11 will make the cut into the Sunday Winstel 400. Anyone 12th on back will go to the second chance qualifier here this evening. So again, if you're not in the front of the pack, you got to get there soon.
Yeah, it's getting down to crunch time. We're coming up to halfway here in a couple laps, so it's really starting to get down to crunch time, position time, and dare I say, money time.
Also, want to point out that I was a little bit wrong on the fuel cell side. 60% fuel tank.
Sorry, we had a car in the wall there. I believe it was the 6 hours choke up, but we keep it straight, keep it green as that inside line. Gonna lead that lap as Rocky Boyd leads the lap. Dylan Roberts making a charge though on the outside here.
Yeah, so if that 6% fuel cell, our calculation changes to about 22 laps, you can go on fuel if you're going all out. So, with this race starting 25 to go or so, these guys that are, looking at the field, about 4 laps since the last pit stop here, everyone came down in this yellow to get that fuel topped off. So from here on out, it's going to be a fuel mileage race.
I want to point out he kept it straight in that last wreck, kept the fender straight anyway. And he's moving his way up through the middle. Jose Salas Jr. was absolutely just squeezing his way up like a hot dog in the middle of the bun, as Mike Joy
And look who
say.
He's pushing. He's pushing her own Carmen Sienna from ABN. So we may not have Carmen here to produce Sunday if she manages to make her way through. Knocking on the door of that top 10. crossed the line there in ninth. So at the moment, Carmen Sienna is in this field for Sunday's event.
Yeah, Carmen made a hell of a move there to get in front of Jose Salas Jr., who's coming with a big old head of steam. But they're getting a little tangled up there now. But then that middle line is losing a little bit of its steam.
Carmen was very, very aggressive in the test races so far. That's kind of one of the virtues of running those, is that you can really kind of get it out of your system, kind of learn what to do, and hopefully she can take those lessons and really move forward here and put herself in a solid position to transfer through. It's a very tight row Shampoo. Awkward pushing another row forward, and we lose Jose. Is Jose blinking out, or is he back on the bottom? Okay, he's back on the bottom.
He's back on the bottom. Rocky Boy is
tough up there.
We got cars in the wall there.
Like we said, we kind of get further into this race, in this run, that outside line is going to be more and more treacherous as the tires heat up and start to fall back. See the inside line prevailing now with Aaron Smith and Rocky Boy III on pushing ahead. About 4 cars clear the top lines.
Yeah, about 4 cars clears. That middle line starting to also make a push to the front. Oh my goodness, a big run for that middle line. That outside line now going nowhere. Ooh, big stack up there on the bottom.
Yeah, several cars getting Forexes there as we hear some spotter calls in the background of wrecking on the front. That's usually indicative of big checkups and big stackups of Forexes getting involved. See, Dylan Roberts was leading half this race, is now outside the top 20, it looks like, up there in the top side, all in this lonesome.
Yeah, that's
Carmen Sienna is going to take the lead here down the back straightaway.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Carmen making a huge surge to the front. That middle line really prevailing. Now the outside line. Great run for Carmen. And I believe that is Corey Cook there also on the outside line.
Yeah, Corey Cook.
Also, if you look at that 41 machine of Leandro, he was hard in the outside wall in that last big wreck, and he's up to 3rd.
Like we said, we've been seeing cars coming from the back being very aggressive. And remember, though, too, I don't believe that they were good on fuel. So, as cool as it is to see Carmen lead, it's hard to save fuel from the lead.
That bottom line now trying to look to make a resurgence here as we roll. We have 18 to go here in Duel 1, so we're definitely getting down to it. Everybody up front, I believe, they're putting themselves in a decent spot, but as you said, how we are right on the edge of that fuel window, so it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out from here.
I believe that's probably why we're seeing cars really not be too aggressive here. We're seeing kind of one big line up top. I think everyone's kind of saving fuel and finding their position for the end of this run.
I don't mind that, but also at the same time, you really you don't want to put yourself too far back there, because if nothing happens, you could run the risk of just not really giving yourself a chance.
As our good friend
worse
Cruz
yet, if
says,
they race, worse yet, they race hard up there, and
As our good friend Cruz says, if everyone's racing, nobody's racing, right? So when it comes down to 5 to go and you're in 25th and you're trying to get to the front, I hate to tell you this, but so is everybody else in the field. So if they're not going to let you go, they're not going to give you runs like they would, now, where people cut you a break and run their own kind of strategy. If you're not in that top 10 in the last 5 or so laps, forget about it.
That's a fantastic point, and also, once we get down to it, once you get into that 9th, 10th, 11th area, you're going to be fighting super hard to just keep your track position, and that's another important factor. Good.
The bubble
lead
here.
Lead to the big old wrecks.
That's when we start getting those big old wrecks, Parker. But as we see here, this is about the position. We got Aaron Smith again. The 2 people who have led the most laps, Aaron Smith and Dylan Roberts, fighting for the transfer position right now. Things can change on a dime. We got Brendan McGee back there, a couple seconds off the pack, and 31st. Brandon Cruz Maltsevice back there. Gotta think they probably aren't going to push too hard here. Remember, Cruz and McGee both have that that promoters provisional, so if they don't make it through to the top 11, they will go on to Sunday's race. They will have to start from the back.
Here he comes again. Jose Salas Jr. shooting his way up that middle line, as I believe that is the 5 of Bryce Saucier into the wall up top. But Jose, again, being very aggressive, trying to shoot his way up that middle line.
Yeah, we see Christian Budd back there trying to start making some moves, but yeah, I don't expect Jose to really ride. Jose is not a driver who really takes the easy path or tries
aggressive.
to, I think Yeah, if you look at the definition of it, oh, we got a car on the wall.
Oh, we got the front end karma sideways. We're wrecking Jose's involved.
Oh, we were just talking about all these guys here. Dylan's gonna go around again. Jose Salas Jr. What a shame. There's nowhere.
Oh, they're still wrecking.
Corey Cook into the side of Carmen Sienna.
We're gonna have to see if that might be a little bit of tempers.
Yeah, we already got tempers flaring in driver chats. Carmen doesn't seem to have too bad a damage here. She didn't really hit anything super hard, so her car should be okay, but that's gonna really
tough break for some of those guys. I believe I saw that 41 involved Leandro. I believe he already took his fast repair, so that's might be run over in the Winstel 400 heat race for him. We'll have to see when we get the replay here. As here it is.
We're already in progress here. So we back it up. I think we're going to see that. Is that Rocky Boyd III up there? Who came up the hill?
It is.
Yeah, he comes up and it's just that's a silly thing to do. And
you can't do that in these cars. This is not the Gen 6, and as you can see, it puts Rocky in the wall and it brings everybody around.
Yeah, this car is, when you start heading somewhere, it doesn't change direction very well. People drive it like the next gen.
Absolutely not.
I've made that mistake a few times. This is why those test races are so important, right? So you learn this before it really matters, right? In this race, there's no mulligans. I
say that about Rocky Boy, but if you don't have much experience in these cars, you don't know. And obviously, Rocky, I don't believe he has much experience with this drafting package. So sometimes it's just once you don't know, you don't know. And unfortunately for Rocky, that ended up causing him to, as we see now, be disqualified from this event.
Yeah, the bottom line was rolling there, and they tried to get clear, and then just the car wouldn't turn. And when the outside line hasn't run on you, you can't really have that small of a gap and try to make it work. And it just stacks up the whole top line and takes out most of the lead pack there. That's pretty unfortunate.
I don't believe, however, that any of them are really torn up too terribly bad. I believe they can probably get those cars repaired.
I don't think any of them have really used a fast repair yet, so they should be okay. See contact there, just so awkward getting on and off the track. I believe Corey's left front is probably not connected there. That will put Rocky Boyd out of contention for this. He'll move on to the second chance qualifier. And now down to 32 cars left to compete for this. Going to have a restart with about 10 laps to go. But yeah, very unfortunate circumstances there. But as we get closer to the end, the grass is going to ramp up. You're going to want to be in the right lines. And, as we talked about, though, that's the consequences of the hotter track, the tire wear that we're seeing this year. So,
yeah, and I mean, who knows? That car could also just taken off on Rocky Boyd. It gets pretty tight once we get into the run, so you just never know. But unfortunately, Rocky is out of the race. But now we're gonna get the restart here, as you said, with about 10 to go. So yeah, definitely crunch time now. You really wanna start getting up there at this point.
Yeah, you did bring up a good point though. There is a spot on the left here where you push kind of off center in the corners. You'll push the guy ahead of you up the hill. It happened to me a couple times last year. The first wreck of the 400 last year was me doing that to Brennan. It pushed up the hill and it kind of got us all awkwardly started. So a couple cars leaving pit road getting damage fixed. But you got to be really careful about that. Another reason to run the test races and show up early in the season. You get to see what that kind of happens and how to avoid it. You don't want it to happen to you. The first time when it is crunch time.
Absolutely, I believe we've got 1 to green, so we'll have 11 to go on the restart. And yeah, so we're good on fuel now, good on gas, hopefully good on tires, and should be just a quick little 11-lap shootout to determine 11 spots for the Winstel 400. Upcoming schedule for ABN. Winstel 400 Duels, that's right now. You're watching it. Tomorrow night, we got the Winstel 400 live on Twitch, and the rest of the schedule you can see there. January 19th, we have the 2025 ARCS A2 Draft, 7 p.m. YouTube. January 26th, ARCS A2 Clash. February 2nd, ARCS Daytona Duels, February 8th, PEC at Spa. That's 7 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. February 15th, VRR GT Tour at Daytona. That'll be 2 p.m. on Twitch, and that is your upcoming ABN broadcasting schedule.
Set up in the turn number 3 here. We're going to be led down the green here by William Boisvert. He is chosen the outside here as we come down to a 10 to go restart. Want to point out, Dylan Roberts was involved in that last accident. He didn't pit. He's going to roll off third here. Go to the top 10.
Obviously saw or hit the damage report button, heard that he was good to go, and decided to stay out. So we'll see if Dylan can stay up there and keep himself in position. Good to see Will Boisvert leading them down here to the restart zone. He was a Winstel regular there for a little bit. Good to see him, and also Chris Champeau going to lead him down here as well, another Winstel regular. So good to see these guys leading them up as we are getting the green flag here at Daytona. 11 laps to go.
See them all get kind of sideways there on the onboard here. Very hard to get rolling here on these old tires. You guys are going to be light on fuel, burned up tires. It's going to be a very big shootout here at the end. Head off into turn number 102. The outside line gets a pretty big advantage here of the 3-car length gap. Inside line hasn't really started pushing very hard yet. I believe it's Aaron Smith, or Dylan Roberts, sorry, second in line. Dylan's got a very good front bumper. He can really push the car pretty hard. So look to the inside lines up the search here as we head down the back straightaway.
Dylan is locked on. He's ready to go, and they're starting to make a little bit of headway maybe on that outside line, but as you can see, they're already 3 by 3, about 3 rows deep. They are getting aggressive already here at Daytona.
Yeah, it won't be long before we start seeing them be stacked 3 by 3 here. And once they get stacked 3 by 3, you're kind of out of options, right? The track really isn't wide enough for 4 wides consistently, so you got to make your moves. You got to make them now, or else you're going to get that antsy feeling of being outside the top 10 with no place to go.
That's definitely not a great feeling at all. Is that inside line now taking the lead. They're just really packed up on that outside loop, really stacked up. So that should really give them some great momentum here down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the inside line kind of fade here as Holzer leads that middle line as well. I say that, and then he kind of has an awkward shove from behind, so I believe the middle line's now going to fade here, and we're going to have 2 lines about the top 10 coming down to the start-finish line to take. Should be 8 or 9 to go.
There we go here at Daytona. That 41 car looks like a little bit off the pace. He had the lift. Should be all right. Should be able to keep it green. As we now see the front about 6 or 7 rows now, 2 by 2. That middle line kind of falling off a little bit. They only have 3 cars there. And but I'm sure we'll see that resurge here very soon, as it looks like the number 34 is going to drop down there and make his move. That's Cole Hooper.
Yeah, Cole Hooper's leading the middle now, being pushed by Jimmy B. Davis in that very, very multicolored 64 machine. He's got Caden Diedrich behind them.
Sean Pellick going to jump up there now.
Oh, let's see, one car.
Nicholas Preston making contact with Cole Hooper from that middle line.
Brendan McGee, our wild card, has also joined the mix here. He's going to try to be able to earn his spot in and not have to start from the back in qualifying in the Winstel 400. He heads inside of Sean Pellick. He's going to approach the top 10. He's got to be very careful, though, because if he causes an incident, he will lose his provisional, and he'll have to make his way into the last chance qualifier, or his second chance qualifier here.
Unfortunately for Sean, he jumped up to that middle line, and nobody else was really looking to go with it. That middle line just kind of fizzled out with him. It's now the front 3 cars on that inside line going to start to try to form a breakaway. Now front 4. 5. That outside line is going nowhere.
Yeah, the middle line is really treacherous because you have to really have a car in second. You're getting side draft on both sides that has a fresh motor to really be able to push through that side draft. So once they kind of get a couple laps in the middle, it starts to fade away because you don't have the engine temp to be pushing the whole time. Same sort of story at the bottom. See the bottom line really pulling away here. The top 5 cars on the bottom on their own. Again, we're going to get down to a point here where, you know, if you're in the top 5 on the last lap.
Tristan Baker's going to make a move to get around that 47 of William Boisvert. That's going to leave Boisvert out to dry. Unfortunate for him, but it's probably going to take him out of a transfer spot.
James Holzer is now leading the outside line here, getting the shove from the number 60 machine of Tristan Baker as they come to the front here. And again, this is going to be one of those things.
Baker and Holzer.
As we get down to the last few laps, it happens every single year, but again, there's no prize for winning this heat. There's no, you don't get to start up front. This doesn't set starting positions for the 400. So if you're in that top 5, there's no reason to race too hard or wreck coming to the line. But every year, when we get to that white flag, the red mist takes over, and winning at Daytona tends to cause somebody in the top 5 who should be safe to either cause an accident or shuffle themselves out in a way that's kind of silly. So look to see that here as we come to the last couple of laps.
As we come through 3 and 4 here, the starter's going to wave up 5 fingers. We're going to have 5 laps to go here in heat number 1. It's crunch time officially. It's time to put yourself in position to make the Winstel 400. Top 11 will advance, 5 to go.
Yeah, they come across the line there.
Making a charge.
Come across the line there. Last time by, Christian Poe, James Holter, Dylan Roberts, Tristan Baker, Aaron Smith, GT Hawkins, Chris Collinon, Christian Budd, Michael Sergio, Anthony Krobach, Alex Chilcutt, and William Boyer. We are top 11. Everyone else is outside looking in, and they are going to be looking in very aggressively here. And if you're one of those guys,
comes that outside line. They have to check up though, but that's going to put Austin Reedy in that 11 car. Remember, he took a ride in the grass, the infield grass in turn 3. He's going to be leading that middle line now.
Yeah, we're going to look at that outside line of how tight they are to that wall on the inside line. I'm going to be looking to see people probably bounce it off the wall here in the corners and possibly call it the checkup wreck. Oh, several cars making contact there, bouncing off each other around William Boyer for the transfer spot. The intensity is ramped all the way up as we have in the turn number 1 and 2, with 4 to go here in the first heat.
That front pack getting all sorts of stacked up. That outside line now stacking up. Holtzer still leading here at Daytona with Baker to follow by that inside line of Chris Champeau starting to make a run.
Yeah, watch Anthony Krobach here. He's been very aggressive on the back bumper from Christian Budd, trying to push him, kind of clear that out in her middle lines. So there's been a couple of checkups lately between him and Budd, just kind of having awkward contact. So off turn 2 last time. So again, right around the transfer position, around P9, currently P8. So nowhere safe. And see, oh, he squeezes in the middle. He's going to get 4 wide. Oh, they let him in. Very, very.
Oh, make a huge move out there on the outside line. He puts GT Hawkins in the middle, but also on the outside line, they got into the wall a little bit, so that also kind of held up that outside line. That's going to hurt them a lot.
Christian Budd starting to surge forward here, getting pushed by William Boyer. Oh, so tight throughout the whole field.
All of these guys jockeying for positions, but only 11 of them matter. Who is going to make it into the Winstel 400? There are 2 laps to go here at Daytona.
And as we come down to 2 to go, we're about to be 3 by 3.
Oh, we have a car on the wall. They're wrecking. There they go. The back half of the field is around. John Pellig involved.
Several cars involved.
53. Tom Millett. Cody Kennedy in the wall. I believe he's out. And there's Sean Pellig. Not what he needed, not what he wanted. We're going to have a green-white checker.
See what happens here. It's going to be in the top line here. Oh, can't tell who that was.
It looked like the 7 of Andy Cipriano may have had some connection issues, and then I don't know what else happened there. It looked like there may have been some netcode involved.
Yeah, I believe the 7 of Andy Cipriano either had a SIM crash or a connection issue. It looks like blew it right in front even. But either way, that stacked up the outside line as he pulls back off the wall here to collect.
I believe Cipriano, it might have looked like a wheel failure or something for Cipriano. That is an odd incident.
Yeah, some sort of mechanical failure, whether it be internet or equipment, but that stacks on the top line.
Oh my goodness, Cody Kennedy on his side.
Wild ride. Roof Lap's doing their job. He stays on the ground on top of Sean Pellig and several others. I can't tell who that first car was that was involved, that white, I believe it was an 88. But
I believe that's Jonathan Hernandez in the 88 machine. Unfortunate for him, that is also another Winstel regular, so a tough break for him as well. Yeah, I believe he also got up on 2 wheels there for a second in the initial contact with Andy Cipriano.
See Sean Pellig, and so we're going to see one more time here in this angle. Cipriano's car goes to the wall. Hernandez gets launched, and then just from there on, it's just chaos. We see Jeremy B. Davis involved, Cody Dietrich, a couple others. just all out there. Brandon Cruz had a great job missing that. I want to see that from his car. I want to see his hands there. He doesn't run off a wheel. I want to see what his hands were doing.
So we're going to get that on board here with Brandon Cruz Monza Vice.
Dude's trouble up there.
Starts piling up and right through the middle.
Great job by Cruz. Again, I think he's going to probably either pull it off here or stay in the back. He is safe and transferred into the Winstel 400 along with Brendan McGee. He has that motor provisional, so I don't expect to see him really push the issue too hard here. We'll see him again Sunday evening. See a couple cars from down pit road to fix damage or get their last fast repair. Let's go over the green light checkered rules here. Unlike most series, if we get a wreck on the green flag lap, there will be no yellow. This is what we call Winstel point of no return. Once the green flag comes out, the checkered flag will be the next flag they see. You get one attempt at a green light checkered, and we will race it to the end to transfer in 11 cars in the Sunday's Winstel 400-mile event.
I want to point out that those rules apply unless one of the admins get an itchy trigger finger. That has happened a couple of times, and it's unfortunate, but you know we just gotta roll with it after that. I believe that blocked me from making advancing through one of the heats a couple years ago. See, I'm still a little salty. Thank you, bud.
Roll to the top 10 here while we have a chance. Currently, James Holzer leads the field, followed by Chris Champeau, Tristan Baker, Aaron Smith, Dylan Roberts, Christian Budd, Charles Collinon, GT Hawkins, William Boisvert, Anthony Krobuck, and in the last transition, currently Michael Sturgill in the number 3 machine. And again, any incident caused in this point of no return will be equivalent to what we would have in any other point in the time. If you cause an incident in this point of no return, you will be stopped scoring at the moment of incident, and you will be parked, essentially, and have to go on to the second chance qualifier.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but we're getting ready to roll them off, and hopefully we can keep it green here for these final 2 laps.
Yeah, looking at it here in the chat log, I believe Andy Scipiano had either a disconnect or a power issue. It shows him as immediately disconnecting, and then immediately after Philip Snipes has thrown the caution flag. So very unfortunate circumstances put us in the Winstel overtime, but no fault there of anybody. Just very unfortunate circumstances. You know, mechanical failure caused a pretty big wreck there.
And just a reminder, tomorrow, pre-race and the last chance qualifier on YouTube at ABN. And then the big dance, 7:30 p.m. on twitch.tv. How we're getting ready to roll off. Final 2 laps. Who you got your eye on? And who on the outside do you think can make their way in?
It's anyone's game, right? There's a bunch of guys like Jose Salas Jr., Brendan McGee, Carmen Sienna, all outside looking in right now. We're going to be very aggressive here as we come down to it, and then you're going to have people like Krobuck, etc., trying to really try hard to aggressively protect what their spot is now. So I'm looking, if I'm Christian Budd, if I'm Aaron Smith pushing second row, I'm not making any moves here. I'm just pushing my line and getting out of dodge, right? I want to see that white flag. I want to come around turn 4 and just finish the race and, you know, live the fight Sunday evening, right? And, you know, I think Aaron Smith, Christian Budd, those are 2 guys who have a very good head on their shoulders. They know what's at stake here. I don't expect to see them make any crazy moves. I don't expect anyone in the top 5 to really do anything silly here. But again, every year, we see it where guys who are safe and don't really need to fight too hard make some silly decisions that we come down to it. You're going to see pace car come off here. Final green light checker in heat number 1.
Green flag in the air as we roll up through the gears. 2 laps to go here at Daytona. We're 2 laps of green flag racing.
Already back on the field, we see Dylan Roberts trying to put Carmen Sienna in the middle. He's going to dip back in line. Sean Pellig moving up to the middle as well, trying to be aggressive here to get back those spots that he just lost in that big accident. up front, still side by side. No one making any moves. Caden Diedrich, the first to make a move, gets blocked in the fence by the 34 machine. Several cars, 5, 6 wide on the back straightaway. I don't see them making it to the turn 3.
4 wide. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be tight. I don't see how they do it, but I believe they're gonna John Pellick sideways. They're really jostling in the back, but we're gonna try to keep our eyes on the battle for P11.
You see the number 60 of Tristan Baker is put in the middle. That's going to be a
oh, that is unfortunate to him. He is going to fall way, way, way back. He's going to fall out of the transfer position. He's going to need a lot of help here on this last lap.
Brendan McGee and Hogan Hall Jr. moved into the transfer positions, along with several others. Michael Sturgill now.
I believe it was Dylan Roberts. That's going to jostle that backpack up, and that's going to really help out these guys here from about 10th through 11th.
Yeah, the inside line currently leading with Christian Budd. Outside line, James Holzer is leading several cars sideways back in the pack. Oh, there's one in the apron. It's going to be 4 wide.
Oh, Tristan Baker on the apron. There they go. Big wreck in the back. That is a huge wreck. Here we go. Transfer spot on the line. I believe the only one that can possibly change anything here is Alice Chilcutt. We're going to see, though, as we come to the line for scoring. I believe Bud wins the race. Who got the spot? Is it Sturgill?
Michael Sturgill by 3/1000 of a second over Roger Saucier.
Oh my goodness.
They were 3 wide at the back of the pack for 11th there. Sturgill was on the bottom, and Saucier did his best to side draft them back. 3,000th determined the transfer position there.
Lost in the transfer battle, as Brendan McGee, our lead owner and race admin, pointed out, Christian Budd is going to win the duel. He's going to win a plate race. Is this his first plate win?
I think so. You know what? We've been talking about it all season long. Christian Budd has not been a very good plate racer. He doesn't like the plate racing. He doesn't really excel at it, but he's worked hard on it this offseason to really, get his craft down, and it paid off for him big tonight. He's been more aggressive, and it really paid off for him getting the win here in heat number 1. See Michael Sturgill come on by to be the last car to make it through into heat number 1. We got to make sure, though, because there is going to be a review. We don't really know who. We'll have to see if there's any penalties. I don't think anyone in the top really 10 there did anything egregious, but we'll make sure these are all currently unofficial at the moment.
I want to point out, Brennan did finish 10th. Does that move everybody up a spot?
What that'll do is that will make it to where we have one more car on Sunday transfer through from the last chance qualifier. Okay. So instead of 3, we'll now have 4 transfer through.
Just wanted to clarify that. Probably should have read up on the rules before I hopped up in the booth. Shame on me. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at the finish here, live on ABN.
See Christian Budd come out of turn number 4 here. Again, no one really made a move there. However, we're gonna have to look back at this transfer position here. We're gonna see him come down here. See a flagman throwing the flag up in the air. We're gonna see Christian Budd come in from the right-hand side here.
Can't quite get the shot here. Hopefully we'll get a little bit wider view. All right, so let's go ahead.
Look around.
Here we go.
Here. See, look in the back here. You're gonna see Bryce Saucier makes a move there that was outside. He almost gets him. You see that white car, the Speed Racer car, and Michael Sturgill in the black number 3 on the inside. Very close back there. Might be good to get an overhead shot of this from the Goodyear blimp machine. Let's look high from overhead the speedway. All those cars in the back, their chances are all over. You're going to want to focus on that black number 3 car on the inside line and the number 5 behind him in the white machine. He makes a move here. He's going to pull out there to the right. Brendan McGee on his outside. And I thought he was going to get him here at the line, but you're going to see him pulling back here. So we head into the tri-oval here. That inside line, shorter distance around here, just barely helps Michael Sturgill here at the line by 3/1000 of a second. Actually, you see, Saucier was ahead for a second to make a little bit of contact, and it pulls him back just that little bit, allowing Sturgill to transfer. Just such a game of inches, as it always is here at Daytona.
Game of inches, of course, and I believe we are about ready here to bring in the race winner. Christian, bud, congratulations. You won a plate race.
Yeah, unbelievable, actually. I did not expect to win. I just wanted to make it, but then the opportunity presented itself, and here we are.
All right, bud, talk to us about that first heat race and your thoughts heading into the rest of the weekend now that you're safely into the Winstel 400.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You know, the heat races are always a little different. I feel like, you know, there's some folks that, you know, probably getting used to this car a little bit. It's kind of different from the next gen and how you push and things like that. You know, you could definitely make the middle lane work and things, it looked like. But just with the way the cautions fell for us, we kind of ended up in a fuel saving mode for a little bit. And then at the end, you know, I think that's the biggest thing is like with the race being so short, you really got to manage that fuel and be up front towards the end. So that's how it went. That's how it worked out. It was fun racing. It's really hard. It's nerve-wracking the whole time. But it, you know, definitely a lot of fun.
We love to see it, and yeah, congratulations. We might as well just keep you up here because I believe you're commentating Heat 2.
I believe I am. So yeah, here we go.
But I gotta ask you,
love to see it.
How are the tires? You know, this is the first time we've really been on track for a full 43 car pack and a big full fuel tank. How are the tires there? Did you take tires in that any of those caution flags?
Yeah. So when we pit, I really only pit the one time, and I went ahead and took rights just because you could feel it starting to get a little tight. You know, it's just one of those things where you know, we're going so fast into the corner, you kind of wear that right front out a little bit, especially I was running the top most of the time. So felt like the right sides helped a little bit, but I don't know that you have to take them either. You know, it seemed like, you know, I just don't think 4 is necessarily going to be that helpful, but if you got, you know, a long run back to back, maybe it would, but hard to say.
Yeah, I haven't really been planning on taking 4 tires at any point. I don't really think left sides matter that much, but might have to consider taking 2. I know we did a couple long runs, and by the end of it, I was struggling. So I imagine that top line was pretty treacherous there towards the end.
Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, you know, I almost hit the wall a couple times, but you just kind of got to send it and hope, you know. But you really don't want to hit the wall in the middle of the pack like that because you're going to cause a huge wreck. But it definitely gets tight. You got to be on your toes. You got to be paying attention, especially if you're going to be up 3 wide. You know, the biggest thing is what was so scary is like, you know, you can run through the middle, but if you get put to the middle, I don't know who I passed there at the end, but it looked like he went back pretty far. I don't even know if he transferred after all that, but you know, it can really send you to the back fast.
I believe it was a 60 of Tristan Baker who got sucked in the middle coming to the white flag, and no, yeah, he fell back to the mid pack by the time that was all kind of said and done, and was involved in that big wreck on the last lap. So
yeah, I feel bad. I didn't want to do that to him. It wasn't my intention, but it's just one of those things like, you know, you're sitting there and you're watching the people behind you, and you're saying, okay, either I go and I take that top run, or I get put to the middle and go back there with this guy. And you know, unfortunately, you know, it didn't work out for him. But that's how fast these runs come, man. They come so fast, and you know, that's the biggest thing. You got to be watching in your mirror and trying to say, okay, where do I need to be? Because I got put to the back at one point. We were back there in like 20th, and you know, you can work your way back forward, but it's pretty hard to do. So you want to keep your track position as much as you can, for sure.
You'll see that move there on broadcast. You kind of went down to the bottom off your nose, and then Pulsatrix kind of shoved up the hill there and put him in the middle. You see the conveyor belt now. He's going to go from the lead off of turn number 4 to all the way back to outside of the transition as he comes to the start-finish line here to take the white flag. So very, very tough to swallow that, but that is part of it. You have to make those moves and make them fast, and
well,
that goes into a lot of...
I was going to say, too, like, even on the white flag, I was still nervous that, you know, the person behind me pushing would maybe try and peek out and put me in a spot where I'd lose all my momentum. And that pack will eat you up so fast.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, but, you know, we talked about it this race. You have never really been a fan of plate racing. You haven't really ever excelled at it. But in the off-season, you've really kind of mastered your craft. You've gotten more aggressive. You kind of learned the ins and outs of plate racing. So how do you feel that helped you here as you went into heat number 1?
I think what it was tonight. For whatever reason, the way the setup has been with the car and things, I've just felt a little bit more comfortable and felt that I could push a little more. And also, I kind of adopted the mentality that you had when you won the 400, which was you need to go to the front. You need to be pushing all the time. And sitting back there and riding, a lot of times you sit there and you're in, 8th or 10th or something, and you say, oh, I'm just going to ride here. But you just can't do that. It's everybody behind you is going to dictate where you finish, So that was the difference, I think. I still don't think I'm great at this, but at least maybe I'm not, the total pushover out there.
I believe we are also now joined by our other broadcast correspondent for this race, or for heat race number 2, sorry, Brandon Cruz Monza Vice. Brandon, how are we feeling after heat race number 1, and how did it go for you?
I think that might be one of the most difficult heat races I've ever witnessed. Not just being in it, but in general. That was, typically we have one duel or a heat race that's crazy, one that's tame. I think both these are going to be pretty crazy. The intensity was nuts. A lot of different strategies were kind of thrown out the window depending on what you were doing. And when the yellows came out, I got to say I'm very, very happy I am locked into this event, because I think this will absolutely be the toughest one to actually get into.
That's reassuring to hear. But as we speak, Heat 2 is getting ready to roll off. So I believe we're gonna leave this off to you two, and good luck in the broadcast. And y'all have a fantastic call.
All right, you guys have fun. Good luck out there.
Oh, we're gonna need it. It looked like a hectic time out there, and ready to go. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break here in between heats 1 and 2, and we're going to see you guys after 5 minutes and for heat number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Winstel 400 Weekend. We are entering heat race number 2. I'm Brandon Cruz. Up in the booth beside me is Christian Budd, heat race 1 winner, and making everything happen in the broadcast, Amity Pulsatrix. Bud, coming off that win in this last session, I was saying during the break that nearly every strategy anybody had was thrown out whenever the yellows came out. We had a ton of yellows early. We had a yellow super late to throw us into the green-white checkered where it messed up some people on fuel strategy. I was telling Parker and Emily that I really don't have anything to tell them in terms of what I learned or what I saw. All I got to say is I'm happy, I'm locked in. What did you see from the front into that heat there?
Yeah, I mean, really, it just is. This is all going to depend on how this race plays out. I think everybody at the beginning is going to be having this plan of when they're going to pit and who they're going to pit with, and how they're going to try and keep themselves towards the front before that first pit stop. And then the caution's going to come out, and it's going to just change their strategy. Tires can be a little important, especially if we go green a long time. You're going to have to think about that. That first caution, that's going to be really, that'll tell the tale. How close can you be? You're going to, if it happens right at that edge of that window, we saw with Dylan Roberts, he tried to make it, he couldn't make it, after trying to stretch that fuel. Some of the other folks came in topped off, they ended up near the front. So a lot of different things are going to happen. It's going to be very fluid.
Yeah, 36 drivers answering the call rather for this heat race. Same amount that we had in the first one. It was open up to 43. I'm totally with you on when the first caution comes out. That is absolutely going to be crucial, depending on if people want to pit. I'm pretty sure in our heat we had such an early yellow that a majority of the field stayed out because you can only make it around 22 laps on a tank of fuel. Specifically for this, it'll be much more on Sunday's race. So keep that in mind, anybody who's watching, when that first yellow comes out, because that's really just going to depend, or that's going to tell if people are going to pit or if they're not. The 22 lap fuel window is about where we're going to be at.
Yeah, and we're going to look into, see, usually you've got that one heat that's the wild heat, and then you have the calm heat. Well, maybe we got the wild heat out of the way. Is this one going to be calmer? Are we going to see more of that fuel strategy and that pit strategy come into play under green? Just don't know yet.
As qualifying is coming to a close here, I'm not sure if we're doing a grid, but I'll at least go through the first 5 starters in this. Wyatt Tinsley, Kevin McAdams, Philip Snipes, Emily Howe, Mo Perry, Evan Melanson, Gabriel Mercedio, Ryan A. Hill, Corey Carpenter, and Nicholas Doucette round out the top 10 for this heat race.
Can't see it.
Yeah, Wyatt Tinsley, as I said, has the pole on this heat. Kevin McAdams is going to be outside row number 1. Philip Snipe and Emily Howe starting 3rd and 4th. Mo Perry starting 5th with Evan Melanson on his outside in row number 3. Gabriel, I apologize, Gabe, I've known you for years. I'm pretty sure it's Mauricio, but I still get it wrong to this day. He's starting 7th. Ryan A. Hill starting 8th. Corey Carpenter starting 9th, and Nicholas Doucette rounding out your top 10. As we continue to go through, Jalen Handcap starting 11th with Parker Alexander starting 12th, Sean Butler 13th, Kirk Marble starting 14th, Brandon Cattell starting 15th, Vlad Tokarev, I do believe, starting 16th, Brendan McKissick starting 17th, Brad Wayleman rounding off 18th, 19th is going to be Riley Marabello. See, this is why I can't do grids, man. I can't pronounce anybody's name. Craig
Lautenschlager,
thank you. With Justin Malello starting 21st. Do you want to help me at all?
Sure. Lucas Davila in 24th. All right, Jill Chatelaine and Kyle Benson. Caleb Carter, Jeffrey McClintock. Row 14 is going to have Thomas Harmon and Tyler Murray. And 15, Eli Sasek and Daniel Garreau. Chris Bishop and Jackson Sims in row 16. Steve Brown, Zach Roethlisberger. Rounding out the field.
Do you believe Trevor Huff and another driver not answering? I know we had 36 people in queue, but it seems like we're going to have 34 drivers rolling off as the grid pulls out here. As I said, fuel going to be a factor. 22 laps on a tank of fuel. You might be able to stretch to 23, but I'm pretty sure 22 is where you're going to be at. Secondly, one thing that we saw that some people were unaware of in heat number 1 is a lot of people, or at least from what I was seeing, because I just kind of rode in the back and analyzed what was going on, is a lot of people jumped in here just expecting it to be a normal plate race. They did not expect the car to push as much on the outside lane. We saw a lot of people get in the wall, specifically entering turn 3. Tire wear is a pretty big factor here. I would see or expect anybody who's run the outside lane, they're probably going to be taking 2 tires at the very minimum when they get their fuel. But I think this setup and how this was racing caught a lot of people off guard. We saw a lot of people expecting it to be like the next gen. A lot of people were shoving hard. That caused early yellows, and hopefully this heat goes a bit more cleaner. People were able to see what was happening in our heat race. But that's the main thing I'm going to pay attention to, is this setup in this car just surprising people with how it's going to race.
Yeah, I think just, people don't realize just how fast they are going to be entering the corners. These things really haul down the straightaways, especially when you got a big line of cars pushing. So they're going in there pretty hot, and it can really start to push up to that wall. It's not too bad when you're 2 wide, but when you start getting 3 wide, then that outside line's really got to be on their toes.
I know Daniel's right now in the O2 saying that he had a PC problem, so he missed qualifying. So he'll be starting from pit lane here. As the field comes out of turn 4, we're going to be going 40 laps here to lock in 11 more drivers. However, the one locked-in driver currently in here that could bump the locked-in positions down to 12 is Emily Howe. She's rolling off 4th, but the pace truck is going to roll down, and we're going to see 35 drivers try and race their way into Sunday's show right here with the green flag out. Wyatt Tinsley leads us across the start-finish line.
Riding along with Ryan Hill here, accomplished plate racer. He's looking to see what he can do. We also got one coming off pit road there.
That's Daniel, who was missing qualifying here. Looking like the outside lane is a little bit broken up. I know these drivers, as I said, everybody was able to watch what happened here. McAdams struggled a bit on the restart, or on the start rather. Now, leader jumps up in front of him. We have the outside lane with the majority of the cars. One thing that we did see, and probably you saw it more up there, Bud, was the outside lane was able to maintain momentum a lot more than the inside lane in heat number 1.
Yeah, the outside's really strong. It's going to be hard to overcome it, but, if you've got the right group of pushers on the bottom, and those tires start to wear out, that's what that bottom lane's looking for, that top lane to start wearing its tires out, and then they can start making some moves.
So we see some blinking going on from the onboard of the 07 of Kirk. One thing I am noticing right off the bat is a lot more take and give being shown here, as we do have some cars on the outside lane getting into the wall. Brandon McKissick in the 52 machine made a mistake, slid up the track. We're still going green. That did bring out a yellow in heat number 1, but these guys giving room and try not to wreck. They're still trying, but it's still green right now. And
we're seeing Kirk stuck in that middle right now, not where you want to be if you don't have forward momentum. It just puts you, cars coming inside and out. He's finally have found a hole there on the top to get into.
This race already looking a lot more similar to the heat races last year. As I said, last year we saw a lot of 2-lane racing, and then right off the bat in heat number 1, we saw them 3x3 pretty much the entire time. These guys absolutely saw the wreck fest that was heat number 1, and they're just trying to make it to at least lap number 5 without a yellow here.
Yeah, it's definitely true. I mean, these folks, they all got to see that first heat race. They got to kind of see the way things would go, especially in a big pack. It's one thing to do practice with a few cars, but you don't really get the full sense of how this is going to work until you got that big group.
The big name to the chat might recognize Brandon Cattell and previous Winstel 400 winner Sean Butler, currently battling the transfer spot with Parker Alexander, the gentleman who is up in the booth calling heat number 1 alongside Emily Howe. These guys are your current transfer positions. Yet again, that'll be right around the 11th as we get closer to the end of this. But right now, this field is just double filed. Nobody's throwing it 3 wide. Nobody's acting crazy. As I do say that, we do have a slight movement with the 13 of Craig trying to make it work. He's just going to fall back in line on the outside lane. 2 cars behind Parker Alexander.
Well, Howe and Snipes really hooked up together right now, so they're really pulling that top lane along. Got to see if that bottom lane can get formed up and start pulling back here. Look at these guys. It's so frustrating when you're in that bottom and you're seeing that top lane keep going and going, and you're looking at those spots, bleed past you. They're really tough to keep your mental state where you want it to be.
And Cattell's trying something. He's going to quickly find out unless Sean Butler jumps up there, which he does. At least he has drafting help. He was going to follow the back of the field. Right now, that's killing the inside lane as we see checkups on all 3 lanes right now. And, well, at least they made it to lap 5 before they went through wide.
And no surprise to see Sean Butler being competitive here. Always is at these plate races.
Changing positions for the transfer spot. I mean, we have a jumble of cars over here, anywhere from Kyle Bench to Sean Butler, going up all the way to Gabriel in the number 40 car. This is where your transfer spot is. And if you notice, Mo Perry, who never left the inside lane, he was right beside Emily Howe and Philip Snight. 5 laps later, he's fallen all the way back to 6th right now, as the outside lane is the line that has momentum.
Yeah, and he might be thinking, hey, you know what? If I just stay on the bottom, if a wreck does happen, I can more easily dodge it. But it's a real dangerous game to play. I almost went 4 wide right there.
We do have the 13 in the wall. We got some checkups and Clint Talk on the brakes. We have a car sideways on the inside lane. That is just...
a caution there. Yep.
Should have been way, way bigger. For the most part, everybody saved it. I don't see any major damage on anybody. Maybe a little bit on Christopher Bishop on the rear deck lid of that car, but for what started, pretty much nobody even really considering taking a faster pair at this point.
You know, we talk about the runs that this car generates, but it also means that it generates these pretty big stack ups, you know, and it can be really hard when you're back in the pack to account for that. We'll see what happened here. Oh, into the wall.
As we take a replay, we saw the 13 just slide up. As I said, some guys not expecting the car to check up as much. Jeffrey really saved this from being a bigger wreck. He slammed on the brakes and really saved the back of the field from not having this be a much bigger thing. If Jeffrey runs over him, the 13's probably around much earlier and wrecking more guys. As I said, everybody does have one faster pair here. I don't see anybody really taking that here. We are on lap 7. I think this was 2 laps later than the first yellow we saw. But I would still argue that we're probably going to see a split decision from the field, since we got to go 22 laps on a tank of fuel and nobody can make it here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, if you're at the back of this, I mean, why not come in, get your fuel? There's no reason not to. If you're at the front, though, that track position's so important. We're already seeing how difficult it's going to be to move forward. So why would you want to just, you know, give that up?
Yeah, the real decision is going to be what happens with Emily Howe. She's the driver who probably has the least amount of fuel in the tank. I'm going to assume she stays out here. But if you're in the back of the field, and also if you're involved in that wreck, those would be the individual that I would see coming down pit lane. One thing you also don't want to do is just give up track position unnecessarily. We do see, and it looks like the field is going to come down. So lap 7 here, we see all the leaders coming down. The entire field is going to go except the number 57 continuing to look through. He'll be alone staying out here. The entire field coming down pit lane.
That's interesting. You know, got to be thinking fuel, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much the opposite decision from what we saw in the heat race. It looks like Emily Howe is going to leave the field off of pit lane. Philip Snipe is going to lose a position, roll off 3rd, with Wyatt Tinsley taking 2nd place. But it looked like a lot of 2 tires from a majority of these front runners coming off of pit lane.
Okay, to put yourself in Howe's position, you get lane choice. You want the top or you want the bottom?
See, I'm looking at the people behind right now. I would assume that she's going to go with the inside lane to line up with her teammate Philip Snipe. Same thing with Evan. You know, if she goes inside lane, it's looking like we're going to have a Winstel inside lane here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You know, it's hard to leave that top. You know, that top is just. But then again, we got the 57 who stayed out, so maybe they're gonna actually just take the lead here and decide where they want to start.
Totally forgot if Vlad stayed out.
Takes it out of Howe's hands.
Yeah, we're playing 40 chess over here, not even looking at the board, man. Other teammates of note, we have Carpenter and Cattell side by side here. I'm looking to see where other teammates are lined up, if there's any big stories that I need to look at on this restart. At the moment, I'm not really seeing much of anything. Gonna wait for scoring to come back around before we look at the top 11 here.
And we're still so early, so everybody's going to be thinking about strategy again right now. You know, they can't make it on fuel. They know they're going to have a green flag stop. Do you stop early, try and get that you know, clean entry into pit, try and have a group maybe that you can break out there with and just work together? Or do you try and stay late, you know? Will there be more cautions? A lot going through these drivers' heads right now.
Yeah, it's looking like we're projecting to have these leaders run out of fuel probably in lap 33 to 32. Do you think saving is really in the cards at this point? I mean, 7 laps is a lot, plus a potential green-white checkered. I think saving's kind of out of the window at this point.
Yeah, I don't see that being the strategy. I mean, there would have to be just so many cautions for that to work out. I don't think so. I think right now you're still trying to get that track position. You want to be set up, you know, to make your pit stop. Maybe you can get together with some of your buddies out there, you know, and make sure you can all get down and pit at the same time.
Yeah, look, I'm going through. It looks like Bishop did not take his fast repair. As I said, he may have been the only driver with the most amount of damage from that, so it looks like he still has a fast repair available. He just repaired the car. But all 40 cars, not 40, how many do we have here? All 36 cars still here. Tyler B. Murray is currently 1 lap down, and that is because he brought the yellow out. As we
well, he'd be eliminated if they determined him to be at fault, which they may have.
That's what I'm looking at. It looked like Tyler B. Murray was disqualified. You do have 2, I guess, strikes in the Winstel 400 weekend. If you cause a wreck, that counts as a strike against you, and it carries you throughout the weekend. So even if, you know, Tyler still qualifies for the race on Sunday, or anybody for that matter who causes an issue in the heats or second chance or whatever, if they end up causing another incident in the Winstel 400 on Sunday, they will be parked at that point. So everybody's kind of aware that they at least have those strikes that they got to be aware of.
Yep, that's the thing. You got to be clean. You know, it's not enough to, you know, take a huge risk trying to transfer on this race if it, you know, puts you out. It's something you got to really balance.
So this will be a really interesting start. If you look in the outside lane here, it's 5 Winstel regulars lined up on the outside lane. We have Vlad on old tires with McAdams and Butler behind them. As we look at the top 10 right now, we're going to see how these used tires, I mean, it's only 7 laps on. We'll see how Vlad launches here. Good start, lanes lined up.
Like, you have back the third on that second lane.
Yeah, Evan Melanson kind of sleeping on the restart there, but he'll be right back on the inside lane as we enter turns 1. I'm looking back through the field, and there's really much a pretty good restart across the board. No big gaps or anything at this point.
And once again, that just 2 by 2. We'll see if anybody wants to try and push it 3 early, get that track position.
I know we had some guys joking around in the last race when it came to the last green-white checkered about just getting 4 wide and blocking people out, but that's one thing that just changes so drastically. I mean, if you're taking, you know, top 11, top 12, I mean, if you were 3 wide, I mean, by the 4th row, that's the transfer spot. And so I know we had some guys kind of upset at the plate racing and kind of how this goes, but I would argue that the restarts, as we see McAdams in this middle lane being pushed by Sean Butler, like the restarts and the start of the runs are where you get these positions. You can't wait until they're 3 wide. You can't wait till late in the run. That's why these restarts in lap 1, lap 2, following one is so important.
Yeah, for sure. That's why we see these guys being aggressive here. We already just saw them go 3 wide momentarily. They wanted to get themselves lined up and get a group together they wanted to work with. And, you know, somebody got left out there.
Now it looks like a big pack between or at least the big separation between the transfer and the second pack, but as you look and as you see on the outside lane, I mean, we're right on board with Justin at the moment, but if you look at the runs that we get in this setup, I mean, the leaders might be going 201, 202 entering the corners, and we're going to see people in the back of the field going nearly 210. I mean, the checkups and runs and things are so huge here. That's why blocking is such a dangerous thing that you normally use to hold your position that you really can't do with this setup.
And look at here, we got a battle for the lead. I really think that bottom lane got organized, and now they're being aggressive. They're going to take the lead here.
McAdams being pushed by Sean Butler for the lead right now. They are in the middle of the track, kind of expecting or playing both lanes, seeing what lane is going to have momentum. They're going to go back down on the inside here in turns 3 and 4. Really no checkups so far. Due to that, you know, typically as they go back up to the outside lane, they're kind of controlling the lane, or they are controlling lanes right now. One thing that this causes, you know, it might not happen to Emily, Phillip, Doucette on the outside lane because they at least see it, but once you start getting farther back, I mean, these are going to be huge checkups. Same thing, I mean, Cattell's over the radio saying the same thing right now. This is what causes the big checkups that we've seen.
And the further back you get towards that transfer spot, the more nervous you have to be. You know, if you're up front there in that top 5, you're pretty comfortable, but you know, you want to keep staying up there. You don't want to lose those positions. Even this early, you want to keep that track position.
As we see them making it 3 wide right now, McKissick being pushed by Corey Carpenter on the inside lane. I was just about to give the example of, say it was Emily or even Wyatt Tinsley. You have to be aware, if you're on the outside lane, of what the middle is doing. You could very easily get past it. I mean, at this point, the transfer spot is right at Gabriel and the 95 of Handicap. I mean, we quickly went from, you know, 2x2 to, I mean, we're already right back into a hornet's nest here as we see 3x3 for 3 lanes, if not more, as we look back at the rest of the field. I mean, this is pretty much the 3x3 racing that we saw in Heat 1.
And once we see that 3rd lane, they're not going to be content to sit there and ride. They need to push to the front. That's what they got to do. They want to make sure they're positioning themselves to transfer. They're not going to just sit there and ride around for 40 laps.
I mean, just as an example, just on this lap alone, Justin Melillo went from outside the top 15 to right now. I mean, he's running 6th when they come across the line here. I mean, that middle lane is going to be super helpful if you have more than 3 cars. If you're by yourself, which you have to worry about if you're a leader or somebody on the outside lane, you get pushed 3 wide, you're absolutely going to fall well outside the top 15.
You know, one thing we really haven't talked about yet, but, you know, the leader of these lines has worse fuel mileage. You know, so what are they thinking? Are they thinking, hey, you know, we're all going to pit at the same time, it's not a big deal, or are they a little nervous that they're leading these lines right now?
Yet again, I mean, we're looking or expecting people to start pitting or running out of fuel around lap 32, 33, possibly even 34. So keep that in mind if we end up going green here. As right now, like Ryan Hill stuck in the inside lane, you see him no help all the way back into the 22nd position. Ryan Hill is by himself here. Once the momentum starts gaining on this outside lane and the inside, I mean, he's going to fall back. He's currently in 10th, falling all the way back right now as he has a car right behind him, kind of saving him from falling outside the top 15. But, I mean, that middle lane is so dangerous.
It's really tough. You can make forward progress in that middle, but you got to have somebody going with you, pushing you. If you pull out there by yourself, you might go forward for a brief moment, but then you start going back really quick.
You see cars kind of getting jumbled up and taking evasive maneuvers. That's Steve Brown, the 82 machine. Didn't like what he was seeing. That's the driver you saw on the apron out of turn 2 there. As we see heavy contact again on the outside lane in turn 3. We're going to save it. Jeffrey saving the field once again, giving people room as Christopher Bishop ran a little high, got in the wall entering turn 3, but we are still all green. Much cleaner race than the first heat race.
Yep, here they go. Just trying to get that positioning, trying to work their way forward. You see Ryan Hill not giving up on that middle lane.
So we see the field come out of turn 2 on the 17th lap of this race. McKissick and McAdams in charge of both lanes, with familiar faces around them. I think that always helps, whether it's, you know, league members that you might race with or names that you recognize throughout the field. Nearly everybody up in the top 10 right now is familiar with one another. So does that give you any comfort at all? I know in Heat 1 we had, you know, people from all around and racing around. Some people didn't have much experience around each other, but when you're racing around people that you feel comfortable with, that you've been around, does that make you feel even more confident?
You know, it does. It helps. It always helps to have people that you know are willing to work with you. You know, that's the hard part. If you're in here and you're kind of a, you know, we'll call you a lone wolf driver, you're having to build the relationships in a 40-lap race. These guys who've worked together all this time and through other races, they already know, hey, I'm going to work with you. I'm going to try and help you. So it definitely is an advantage. If you don't have that, then you gotta find some friends out there who are maybe in the same boat as you are, who can, you know, team up with you and start working together real quick.
As we come across the line, completing lap 18, moving over to 19th. Remember, tomorrow the big event pre-race starts at 5 o'clock Eastern right here on ABN Esports on Twitch, with the green flag scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the 13th annual Winstel 400, a 400-mile event that is the longest running hosted event here on the iRacing service. Brought to you by E83 Racing Machines. That is Emily Howe's setup. This division, the setups that she offers, not only leagues, but just everything she offers, and then myself included with Brandon Cruz DFS, fantasy sports projections and stuff that you can find at truedfs.com. So thank you for spending your Friday night, or I guess your Saturday night with us as we come across the start-finish line. the main battle right now would be for the transfer spot with Ryan Hill stuck in the middle. He's had some help. We mentioned a couple laps ago he was the lone wolf on the inside lane, but as the laps have passed, we have seen 5 cars the inside as the 10 car of Kyle Benson gets in the outside wall. That's killing the outside of, it looks like Trevor Hupp is the main recipient of the loss of speed, but we're still green here as we are heading down the back straightaway on lap 20.
And we're getting deeper and deeper into this run. What are we going to see on that top line? Let tire wear start to come into play. Are they going to have to start lifting to make that corner?
Yet again, it's kind of people who hadn't been in the practice sessions. I mentioned in qualifying yesterday that we had a pretty big turnout throughout the off season for the practice sessions of people trying to get familiar with this setup, but it is certainly apparent of those who either weren't here or have very limited time on it of how much it pushes in the corners. With Ryan Hill gets a bit squirrely entering one, but he saves it and we're still all good to go.
Yeah, he just can't quite break that plane of cars that he's been around there. He's looking to try and push forward a little more. We'll see if they can mount another run here.
See him trying to side draft the outside lane here. And another thing that was popping up that people kind of forgot about this car was how turbulent the middle lane is. And even the inside. If you're on the inside, you're being pushed up the track. And when you're in the middle, like, it feels like you just have a wall constantly shoving you either up or down the track, as even Thomas Harmon got a little loose entering 3 there as they are getting dangerously close to the outside lane. It seems like the middle lane is pretty much gone. Everybody's kind of migrated to the top here. I'm expecting Ryan Hill and Thomas to do the same here. As I say that, Gabriel and Riley in the 92, they take Ryan Hill's place in the middle lane, and now those two are the first two in the middle.
You know, it's interesting to hear you talk about that error. You know, you get into these aero spots, and it starts to feel like someone's physically pushing on your car, the way the air pushes your car around. It can be very unsettling, especially when you're in a spot, you know, maybe underneath the car or passing a car where all of a sudden your car just wants to dart to the left or the right.
Yeah, other than 2 stragglers just due to, you know, saving the field and not wrecking, that's Bishop and McClintock at the exit of turn 4 right now. The entire field is under a blanket for the most part. We're getting close to around 10 laps of expected fuel. So, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking we're going to see green flag pit stops. At what point do you migrate to the inside lane or getting ready for that?
It depends on your strategy. You know, if you're planning to go long, stay up top. If you need to get down, you need to try and find a hole. But, you know, it can be tough. You're trying to pit with other folks, but you got to make that work. They're definitely going to be talking to each other out there, trying to coordinate their pit stops here.
I would expect us to be led on the pit lane in those upcoming laps by Butler and McAdams. They have been the fastest cars on this run, with McAdams leading the majority of the race so far. We are done with the 3x3 action until you get all the way outside of the top 20. I think everybody's just riding in line trying to get to the end of this heat.
It's going to be very interesting to see these guys come down on pit road. You got to be thinking, you got to be looking. These cars are going very fast, trying to get them slowed down. You know, if you've got a big group of cars, you're trying to get to your pit box. A lot going through your head right now as you're trying to gear up for this pit stop.
I think everybody's pretty much selected the line they want to run into until we run into that situation. We don't really see a lot of people jumping in the middle lane. I mean, we saw a little bobble there from the 83 and 98. I think that was more so trying to get air and just be under Sean Butler and McAdams, so you're not, you know, being pushed into the wall by their draft. But right now, I mean, this is the calmest we've seen out of the entire weekend.
And everybody's got this thought right now, hey, I can't win the race right now, but I can definitely lose it in this pit stop. You can lose by speeding, by missing your pit stop, your pit stall. If you slide through your pit box, that is going to be devastating for your chance to transfer into the 400.
As the time starts ticking down with 15 laps. I mean, last heat race took an hour to complete. This one is looking to try and be done well under that, especially if we end up staying green here. I mean, you know, we're talking about getting ready for the pit stops and, yeah, getting positions early in the run. But, I mean, at this point, especially if we stay green, like, you kind of got to start getting positions, especially if you're Lucas in the 86 and 22nd right now. If you're Mo Perry, who, you know, I think he took 4 tires on the pit stop, but that's why he lost all the track position. He was up front early in this. Now he's sitting 28th. I mean, I would argue we're well at crunch point to try and start getting positions if we can.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult if you're 20th on back right now. You got to really be thinking, how am I going to gain spots right now? How am I going to move myself forward? Because these guys up front, they will try and solidify themselves. And, you know, if you get strung into a line of a pack that breaks away of 11 cars, they're just going to run it out to the end. So you don't want to be separated. You want to be together with this pack when you come off pit road.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more drivers flirt with the wall entering turn 3. That seems to be the most dangerous, or at least technically challenging part of the racetrack with this setup. But
yeah, it definitely gets tight. You know, you're going in, and you got to be careful. You think, oh, just lift a little more, but you know, you don't want to let somebody get their nose up to your outside. If you do that, that'll put you to the back so fast.
We come down the back straightaway of the Daytona. I guess I was gonna say super stretch, but that's more Talladega. This is a 2.5 mile track. I'm pretty sure everybody's familiar with Daytona. If you aren't, I don't know where you've been. It's probably the greatest track in all of racing with 31 degrees of banking. As you see this field come through 3 and 4 right now. This current configuration was repaved, or this current track rather, was repaved in 2011. When we look at the Winstel 400, this was first ran, as I said, in 2013. As we look through just some of the old school names that won this really fast, we have Chris Overland and Blake Reynolds winning the first 2 races, and last year the defending race winner in this heat, Emily Howe, as Gabriel gets in the wall in turns 1 and 2. He saves it. We're all still going, but that is your track facts for this Daytona.
Has anyone ever won 2 Winstel 400s in a row?
Yes, that would be Blake Reynolds, the first 2-time champion of this event. Won this race all the way back in, won the second one, 2014, and won it in 2022, becoming the first ever 2-time winner.
Emily Howe be looking, here they come down pit road now. Is
hitting
anyone with the
early.
speed? There's got a lockup back there, but looking pretty good coming in. Real nice and clean.
Yeah, I wish I knew the teams that these guys are with, because this is certainly not the Winstel regulars, and I hate to just say that because I want to shout out all the other teams in here. We did talk about, at least in our heat, that if you pitted early in 2023 in the heats, you would end up inheriting the lead and inheriting the better chance of having the top 11 starting positions. And it seems like the rest of the field is going to do that here, so we're not waiting until lap 31 or 32. It seems the field is going to get all this stuff done now, as we have our second group entering pit lane. And here they are.
And an aggressive entry from Howe there, down on the inside. Once again, they all get through clean. Nice.
Good job, everyone. Typically we have somebody plow in or someone spin out, as we do have a potential wreck avoidance on pit lane with Parker Alexander avoiding some people, but everybody getting in their pit stops without any issues. I do see Wyatt Tinsley backing up right now just to keep everybody updated. The previous pack is currently in 3 and 4. It seems like everybody should merge together out of turn 2 right here, as most of the field takes no tires. I'm pretty sure I saw no tires from the majority of these teams.
Yeah, you know, if you're thinking, hey, you know what, we got 10 laps to go, I just need to get back out there and not lose track position. I don't want to take a chance of, you know, even that extra second or 2 I might need for tires. It's too risky. I don't want to lose that pack.
Mo Perry, your current race leader, pitting by himself this time by, but as the packs start forming back up again, we have this group of drivers leaving pit lane, with the other group seems to be led by Brandon McKissick at this point, leading the outside lane, as they're going to be all jumbled up pretty much in 3 and 4 this time.
That first pack coming with a pretty, oh, John Butler just gets turned into the wall. And that's so easy to do, to right rear hook somebody. That's going to be not good for his chance to qualify in.
Not good. Damage doesn't look too bad. He is around drivers who are gaining speed from pitting this time, so it seems like he's not going to entirely lose the pack. As your current leaders right now, it looking like, I believe it's Phillip right now in turns 1 and 2. I mean, it's Mo Perry right now exiting the apron, but your eventual leader, it looks like it's going to be the 98 of Phillip Snipes and Emily Howe. That duo is the one that is going to actually take the lead, which I'm shocked by. I thought the group who pitted first would end up inheriting the lead. But I think
it just seemed like such an aggressive entry from that second group. I think they made up some time there on pit road.
Well, you know, I say that and I'm like, oh, Sean Butler got wrecked there. That was the group.
How many are in our lead pack here? Who's in the transfer spot?
Oh, as we almost have a catastrophe right there. Cattell forcing on the bottom right now, wanting to be the second car in the inside lane. Your current transfer spot being held right now by Corey Carpenter, but that's taken away as McKissick and Gabriel have momentum on the outside lane. We are looking at a 15-car breakaway right now on this lead pack.
Real interesting here. Obviously, this back of this pack is not going to be wanting to sit there and ride around, but do they want to wait and see if they can keep that second pack from catching them, keep it among themselves to determine who's going to make the race?
And then, I mean, even if you look farther back, Parker Alexander, Lucas, Giles, Ryan Hill in the second pack, in order for them to catch up, they need the leaders to get side by side. With Cattell side drafting leaders, that might happen. No, Cattell's going to make it 3 wide again down the front straightaway. If the leaders can stay single file, I don't see anybody else other than these top 14 drivers competing for the 11 spots.
But can they stay single file? If you're in there in that 14th, 13th, 12th position, it does you no good to finish there. You need to finish in that top 11 to transfer.
That might be the reasoning by Cattell of all the aggressive moves on the inside lane. He doesn't want to be dumped middle. He at least wants to be leading the outside or the inside lane. Even if the outside gets momentum, he can still fall in line around 11th if that were to happen.
McAdams, you're Marvel, you're Melillo. You need to go forward. You don't want to sit there and ride around and just wait. You want to get forward and make sure you're not in the danger zone.
You say that, but with all that, I guess, hard racing, whatever, the second pack is running them down. And I think we're going to have a much bigger pack probably coming down to 5 to go here.
That second pack could come up with a huge run and start really pushing forward and really shaking things up here. Even if you're in 7th or 8th right now, I don't think you're safe. I don't think you're comfortable.
I mean, I would argue that Lucas is here. It's just going to be dependent on if he wants to force it in the middle, go on the outside lane. I mean, this is the people to watch right here as we ride on board the 97 of Giles. I mean, they are here. I mean, we went from 14 drivers competing for 11 to now it's, nearly 20 as McAdams is holding the middle, trying to make it to where nobody can get a run, and so he can guarantee himself at least in the top 12. Gabe goes there now. Now this is a 3x3 race as we see the pack up together. We saw Melillo save the car as he got hit from behind. Now the leaders are diving. They're trying to decide what lanes they want to be in. I mean, we're coming down to the wire here with 5 to go.
It's going to get real wild.
It's going to get more wild with the lap car. Here on the bottom, super slow. Is this lead pack going to be able to get around them as they are all fighting for what lane they want to be in?
Philip Snipes leaves Emily Howe. I'm not sure I would have done that.
We are 3x3, 6 rows deep, if not 7 right now, with the lap car of Eli being passed by your leaders right now. Cattell and Tinsley get through. He goes to the apron. Lap car rather. Now it's a hornet's nest for 6. Philip Snipe nearly wrecks. He keeps it straight.
Snipes is in the transfer, back near that transfer from the lead. That's not comfortable. You don't want to be on that bottom. You want to be pushing forward, and he's really got nobody there to help him out.
Sean Butler with slight right side damage here, but he's driven himself back to 13th right now. He's behind Mo Perry in the outside lane, as the outside lane is the one that, and as I say that, Butler makes it 3 on Philip Snipe. Mo Perry now making it 3 on Kyle Benson. He goes from 16th to in the top 12. That knocks out Brandon McKissick and Philip Snipes.
Oh man, what a recovery by Sean Butler. I thought he was cooked, and he is right back in this thing and pushing hard.
That's why Sean Butler is known across the iRacing service as a guy that you don't want to mess with, always in contention in the Winstel 400, and showing it right there as anybody who was pretty much in the top 6, if you were on the outside lane 2 laps ago, you are now outside the top 15.
Wow, that was close with McKissick and Gabriel there.
Currently on 4 to go as everybody's just trying to fight and try and decide what line they want to be in. Yet again, this time it's just Melillo making it 3 wide, trying to decide if he wants to be the lone car in the middle right now as we have dive bombs for the lead. Cattell back to the bottom, back to the inside lane. We see him get by Tinsley. So, I mean, at this point, why don't the leaders just ride? I mean, you're locked in. You're coming to 3 to go this time. There's no reason to be throwing moves like that.
I just think you're forced to. You're so defensive because you could be put into such a bad spot. We saw in the last race a guy go from leading on the white flag to out of contention. You're really defensive right now. You're driving in your mirror. You're making sure, don't let somebody get to my outside if I'm on that top lane.
Here we are as the field drives out of turn 2. I mean, we're getting to 2.5 laps left. If we do get a green-white checkered, it will extend. Everybody should be good on fuel. Your top 11 right now is being held by Ryan A. Hill and Gabriel right now. So unless we make it 3 wide, those will be your transfer positions. But I'm sure we're going to see 3 wide here.
Yeah, they won't ride on that last lap. They just can't afford to. 2 by 2 up front, but back in the third. How far back until they make it 3 wide?
We're on 2 to go. I mean, this is, I would start to envision, Mo Perry, Kyle Benson possibly making it 3 wide, Ryan A. Hill, who seemed very, very comfortable on the inside lane or in the middle lane this entire race. Those would be the drivers that I would expect to see make moves.
Yeah, you just don't want to wait too late, We've seen it so many times. You just wait just too long. You got to get moving.
Well, there it is, Mo Perry forcing it in the middle. Gabe goes in the middle to block him. This is for your transfer position as your leaders, your top 8, top 10 rather, still double file. It is just triple right now for the transfer position.
Big dogfight back there between Snipes, Huff, Brian Hill, all of them trying. Oh, we've got trouble. They saved it.
Rough up by Mo Perry, Philip Snipes in the wall. They're wrecking past
white flag.
White flag. I mean, this is going to be it. I mean, if anybody can make it through,
Parker
Alexander caught up in the wreck. I mean, we have drivers Benson hitting the wall. I'm not entirely sure who your top 11 are. Let me just count the leaders.
I think Lucas Davila is the one just kind of hanging off the back there, but should be able to hold on for that transfer slot based on that wreck.
Yeah, I don't see any contention. Nobody's around Lucas unless the leaders wreck, which I don't see that happening. Looked like a bad bump from Mo Perry, kind of, accordion the field, took out a bunch of drivers who had been up in the front, but it was right following the white flag, so there would be no green white checker.
Win here. It looks like it's going to be Cattell taking it.
Looks like Lucas will be your last driver making it in. It might end up being with Emily Howe in the top 11, Giles in the 97, or Thomas Harmon might be being bumped in the transfer position since the locked-in driver of the 83 machine finished in the top 11. But what a wild finish there. Unfortunate that it just happened right after the white, that anybody involved in that weren't able to have another chance at it. But Cattell, probably your most aggressive driver between the 2 heat races, is your heat race winner.
You could just see that tension and everything building up, and you knew, it was going to get wild. The ones at the back of that pack just could not afford to sit there and ride. And, unfortunately, you start to say, hey, yeah, I need to make this push. I need to try and make something happen, and that could be the result, unfortunately.
Yeah, reminiscent to the end of the 2016 Winstel 400 when the leaders were wrecked and people were gaining positions, just trying to avoid the wreck. I mean, it looked like could have been a number of drivers. I know Parker Alexander was pretty much clear until some dude came off the wall, broken steering, collected him. I mean, shout out to Lucas for finding a hole in that crash and making it through. With that said, Cattell burning it down with a heat race victory. I mean, let's give credit where credit is due from Cattell here, and I believe Carpenter is his teammate. I mean, those guys are making super aggressive moves the entire time, and I mean, it ended up working out for him.
And that's what it takes to be a successful super speedway racer. You have to be willing to be aggressive and take those chances, and this is how you win these races. It's not for the faint of heart riding around.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, shout out to Sean Butler, who, as we said, coming out of that green flag pit stop, hooked into the wall, had severe damage, didn't know if he'd be back in there, as we see a replay on your screen right now of what happened. I mean, it seemed like it could have been started from a bad bump anywhere between Philip Snipe, Gabriel, Mo Perry, but I know it started in the inside lane. Philip got shot to the outside, had nowhere to go, and at that point, that's involving, 9th on back, and it was just whoever was able to survive from that.
Yeah, it looks like, I guess the only other thing we need to know is are there going to be any penalties that would affect that finish order coming out of that?
I think nearly everybody who was involved in the initial start didn't finish anywhere near the top 11.
You can get another maybe angle on that replay.
So we look through, Cattell and Carpenter still burning out, but here's the sad part in turns 1 and 2. I mean, we've had people who avoided the initial spin down the straightaway being collected entering turn 1. I mean, this is...
So it starts with what, Snipes and Mauricio here? Does Mauricio give the bump to Snipes that gets him loose? So we need to see it, well, it looks like he got bumped from behind first. So, it's just one of those stack-ups. Everybody's pushing really hard there. It looks like,
Yeah, it was looking like, people trying to block lanes. I mean, you had Snipes and Gabriel moved in the middle to block Perry. As Philip was turning back down the track, Perry hits Gabe, that hits Philip. I mean, I don't think really anybody's at fault there. I think that just super speedway racing, just unfortunate happened at the start-finish line following the white flag. As you still see on the screen, I mean, drivers who made their way in still haven't made it through the wreck at this point. I mean, look at drivers all the way basically entering the grass in turn 1 trying to make it through. As we bring up the results for your E83, actually your E83 Emily Howe Flying Machines qualifying duels for the Winstel 400. Brandon Cattell and Corey Carpenter, Wyatt Tinsley round out your top 3. Sean Butler coming back from that incident, going to finish 4th. Kevin McAdams in 5th. Emily Howe, Brandon McKissick, Nicholas Doucette in the top 8. Gabriel Mauricio 9th. Trevor Huff 10th. Lucas Davila 11th, and Thomas Harmon ran out your top 12. That'll be your transfers out of this heat.
And 13th, we've got Jill Chatelaine, we've got Riley Marabello, Kyle Benson, Caleb Carter, Jeffrey McClintock, Corey Steinhauser, Vlad Tokarev, Ryan Hill, Craig Lautenschlager in 22nd. 23rd is going to be Evan Melanson, and 24th for Chris Bishop. Jalen Handcamp in 21st. Sorry, graphic wasn't showing us there.
Malillo rounding out 25th right here. Mo Perry, who came across the line taking the white flag in 16th, finishing 26th. Unfortunate for all the drivers involved taking the white there. Zach Roethlisberger. Is that real?
That's the quarterback.
Dude, I work in sports and I don't even recognize that name. Good grief. 27th.
And Brady Weileman.
28th, thank you. Philip Snipes, 29th. Kirk Marble, 30th. Parker Alexander, 31st. Daniel Grooks.
I'd say Garreau.
Dude, I hate silent X's, man. 32nd. Eli Salak, 33rd. Jackson Sims, 34th. Steve Brown and Tyler B. Murray rounding out your finishing positions in this heat race. For the drivers who didn't qualify, the second chance race is not too far away. That'll be later tonight, and then the last chance qualifier is tomorrow. So even if they didn't qualify in through the 2 heat races, they still have 2 more chances going into the main event on Sunday.
I just want to shout out all the drivers for that race. That was a single caution race, but still super hard racing. An incident at the end, but you got to expect that to happen at a super speedway race, especially with so much on the line. Really a great race from all those drivers.
Yeah, I know all the drivers, exiting this session, already hopping into the second chance race. I know that practice is already live. I know the drivers meeting happens at 9:20 Eastern time, so you guys just have to hop into a practice and then have another chance at it in about 15 minutes from now.
Yep, fortunately, even if you didn't get the finish you wanted in these last 2 heats, you have another chance. So everybody's getting their backup cars ready for another race.
This might be a bit biased. I mean, you won the first heat. I know Cattell and Carpenter, and I think even Tinsley isn't in the current Discord at the moment, but between what you saw in Heat 1 and what you saw here, who do you think are the front runners? I mean, Nate Stewart and Kolonix, starting first and second tomorrow, but like who do you really see as a threat to win? I mean, you won this heat, bud. I mean, you're going to be a front runner tomorrow. Who's not to use the word scaring you, but who are you like, oh, I need to pay attention to where this guy is. Oh, I need to pay attention to where this group of drivers, what their strategy is entering tomorrow.
From my perspective, it's a lot of the same cast of characters that I'm used to seeing at the front of these races. We'll have Emily Howe up there. Brennan McGee's going to be up there. Cattell will be up there. Sean Butler. Kevin McAdams. I mean, there's a lot of these guys who they find their ways to the front of these super speedway races. Every time. Doesn't seem to matter what package you throw at them. They're always at the front. So that's my expectation. But as always, there's going to be some surprises, some people that, maybe you didn't expect, and they're going to find their way up there. So that's the nice thing about super speedway racing is that, it's the great equalizer. If you're willing to learn a package and be aggressive, you can get up there and mix it up.
On top of the, as I stated, we do have the Winstel 400 tomorrow with the pre-race starting at 5 o'clock Eastern time with the green flag scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We do have the last chance qualifier before that as Emily Howe wanders back up into the booth. How are you feeling after coming across the line in 6th after kind of being pushed out of the top 12 following that pit stop?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, that was a kind of good introduction to how the car is going to handle long term on Sunday. Glad to have made it through and not had to use my divisional. So get the qualifying, get a starting grid spot on pit road for Sunday evening. That'll be important. I really didn't want to have one of those first stalls on pit road. It's just so hard to get it low down. I mean, I almost sped coming in on the green flag pit stop there and was scared myself a little bit, but yeah, good to work together with all those guys. I mean, I don't think really anybody was working against anybody up there, kind of parading around. And once we kind of had that last lap accident, we all kind of just all agreed to just put our heads down and just roll forward. So
it looked like Phil and you were working together really well, and then something happened, unfortunately for him. I think he saw that middle lane coming and thought he needed to block that and kind of broke you two up.
Yeah, he didn't take tires in that car or on that pit stop, so he was having a lot of trouble receiving a bump. So I think he kind of wanted to be in a position where he could control and push, and so he decided to try to block the momentum on the bottom line and kind of leave me up top with them. Yeah, hate it for Phil. He had a really good race, kind of managed out with me, him, and the Tinsleys and the FTF guys up front. So I really hate to see him get taken out there at the end.
How are you feeling about tomorrow? We see the FTF group all working well together, and most of them transferring in this race. So most likely they'll be working together again tomorrow. How do you feel about being able to compete with a group that's putting themselves together like that?
It's the same kind of story every year, right? It tends to end up being Winstel versus FTF. So again, pretty good group of field there, or kind of strength in the top 10 there to transfer through. So be fun tomorrow to work together with guys like Butler, McAdams, the Cattell, and Tinsley, and all those guys. They know what they're doing. They're up front every year, so it'll be a lot of fun.
All right, well, last question for you. You asked me about the tire wear. You guys had a lot longer green flag run than we did. How did that tire wear feel, especially since you were on the top of quite a bit of that race?
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but also I think that just because that second run, we were kind of just focused on fuel saving. I wasn't really trying to go very hard. I was mostly half throttle up there, so it didn't really come into big play there. I did set to take 2 tires in that stop, though, just to be able to have that pit road launch. We kind of get off pit road really good and give us some position to be able to get back ahead of those guys who didn't take tires or kind of got a better pit stop than we did, and worked out. Got us in position to where we needed to be, and then just kind of followed Tinsley and the Cattell's home.
Well, overall, from our perspective, I think it was a pretty strong race. I mean, one caution, one incident at the white flag, but, for a 40-lap super speedway race that's going to be aggressive, I thought all the drivers did a great job.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, honestly, kind of having to balance that aggression, right? Because I do have that provisional, and I didn't want to, do anything to put myself in a position to cost myself that. So I wasn't really, too aggressive pushing in the corners or anything like that, which typically would be. So kind of ended up kind of being sort of that mid-pack sort of driver, and it's kind of hard to pace myself there and kind of make sure everyone was pulled ahead with me.
And before I do the next live streams here on ABM, I do want to add that I was actually wrong with you finishing in the transfer. It doesn't add a transfer position to the heat race, it just adds a transfer position to the LCQ. So Thomas Harmon will have to race his way in through one of the 2 remaining races. Upcoming this week, as we're already here, we have the Duels tonight, 2025. Winstel 400 will be here tomorrow. January 19th, the ARCS A2. Should I even be... I don't know if these are... individual names, so I just want to go through and make sure. We have the ARCS Clash on January 26th, the ARCS Daytona Duels February 2nd, Peckett Spa on February 8th, and February 15th is the VRR GT Tour at Daytona. These are your upcoming broadcasts here for ABM. Following that, we got to get ready to witness the second chance race. Emily, I do believe you're staying up in the booth with me, correct?
That is correct. I'll be up here with you, and we're watching some desperation times. We have a massive field for the second chance race.
All right. Past that, Bud, are you staying up here? Or you heading down to officiate? What is your play in the second chance?
I think I want to step down and let you both let the experts take control of the super speedway racing. So step down and listen and enjoy the broadcast.
Well, it was a pleasure having the Heat Race 1 winner up here calling this one. I appreciate having somebody who actually knows strategy and fuel mileage instead of answering my questions of when people are pitting and what was going on. Past that, I think we got to get ready to look at the second chance race. I believe we'll be back in, what did I say, about 10 minutes or so while we transfer over to the next session. I hope all of you that are spending your Saturday night with us continue to watch the festivities and watch 11 more people race their way into the Winstel 400, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Winstel 400 Speedways. I'm Emily Howe, joined alongside by Brandon Cruz Montevice. We are here now for the third heat of the night, the second chance qualifier. So this field is filled with people who did not make the top 11 cut of the last two races that you watched this evening. Cruz, we are both clear for Sunday night. What's going through these guys' heads who haven't made it through yet?
Oh boy, they wanted to get on the last helicopter out of Vietnam. I mean, it was a rough heat one that took out a lot of good cars, and then the wreck after the white flag in heat number 2 took out drivers who had been in the top 5 the entire heat. So, I mean, we have 55 laps in this one. We had 40 in the previous two. Slightly more fuel. We're looking at about 32 laps on this tank versus the 22 in the last races. But one thing's for sure is we saw two drastically different stories. First heat race was absolute insanity. Second one, a lot more given and taken being shown. But as more people get familiar with what this car is expecting and how it acts, we're seeing cars push up the track into the wall, and we're seeing the side draft be much stronger in this compared to other cars in the service. I mean, I think we're going to see a much more aggressive race. I mean, obviously, right, second chance, more guys trying to qualify in, but now that more people at least have a race under their belt for the most part, I think we're going to see a lot more aggressive moves for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of desperation mode. For a lot of guys, they aren't going to have a chance to make that LCQ tomorrow, so this is their last chance to make it. See some cars go some for an adventurous ride there in the 48 machine. Bounced up the wall there. As we look around, you're starting to see some shadows creep in. It's getting later in the day here at Daytona. The track is cooling off a little bit, and that's going to make things more aggressive. The car's going to handle a little bit better. The act's going to be a little bit tighter. We kind of up to the last few seconds of practice here and heading to qualifying. Track temps are down. We are now 76 degrees ambient, 88 degrees track temp, with some pretty mild and chill wind. So a lot more grip out there, a lot more aggression, and we're going to have over 43 cars start this race as we head into qualifying here.
And this is going to be a massive event. Going back to qualifying, if you aren't expecting the queue up front, do you just take the safe pit entry? At least for me, I like a pit stall closer to the entry of pit lane, especially here. Do you purposely just not queue or try and fall in a certain way so you have a position for your green flag pit stops?
You know what, Cruz, I do not bet on green flag pit stops in this race. I know we got a 55 lap race ahead of us, but just with how many cars are going to be on track, I think you have to really be careful and stay up front the whole time. I wouldn't want to, not qualify and then be in the back and have to come through over 43 cars. We're going to have a larger field here than we will in tomorrow's Winstel 400, and these guys are going to be desperate. So, Cruz, I'm qualifying, and I'm quite to qualify up front as we watch Chris Chambeau pull on the track in his 12 Sprite machine, heading off in the turn number 3 to start his lap.
And see, that is the two sides of the coin. Somebody who can qualify up front, and the other person who their best chance at qualifying is 28th. So I just take the back of the starting grid. But we are looking at 45 cars in this session, taking the top 12. So, another situation where way more drivers are going to the last chance and not making the race versus the ones making it in. We do have one faster pair. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of people use it. We really didn't see it used in the second heat at all. I mean, I don't think anybody took a faster pair. We had that one yellow early in the race that really nobody had damage in it, and then we had the yellow after the white flag. So faster pair is not used in heat number 2, but absolutely going to be used here.
Yeah, I imagine so. I mean, we're going to have A longer race, and B, we have 45 cars. Biggest field we're going to see all weekend. And a track that's, again, cooling down, or it's cooled down even another degree in the time we've been talking. So we should start seeing the first times come in here as we get cars come into the start-finish line now.
12 car coming across start-finish line. First one to put down a time as they start rolling in. Now we have 5 drivers. I'm going to give it a few seconds to see who starts really showing queue times. It seems right now Dylan Roberts is surviving a lot of times. As I say that, Zachary Robinson now takes the pole. But at this point, we have nearly 13 cars already queued. We just add more and more people.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we have a lot of good drivers still left here. We got guys like Dylan Roberts, who led a lot of that first heat, Sean Pele, guys like Justin Malello, Ryan Hill. Corey Cook, Parker Alexander, Jamie B. Davis, a lot of big names who have not made it through yet. Rocky Boyd, who caused that first wreck, one of those wrecks in heat number 1, he is now having to come through this heat now. And the consequences of, being aggressive in those first heats is now that you have to get through the stacked field.
Trying to see if Andrew is in this race, the driver who brought up the first yellow in heat number 1. But I do not see Cody in here. I think it's just Boyd right now who has a strike at the moment. Everybody else is all good and ready to go.
See Ryan just set across the line there in his classic Zoo Pals machine. Been run that for many, many years, at least since 2021. Again, stacked field as we see Carbon Sienna have a little bit of connection issues, had to reload the sim. She was leading laps in heat number 1, and then, had that collision with Rocky Boyd that took her out of contention. So she will be itching again to get back in that top 11 and show her muscle as she comes around to, I believe this will be starting a lap. So I don't know, with only 1 minute and 7, well, I think she'll have time with 1 minute 7 left to make it around. Should be plenty of time. Quick time at the moment is held by Rocky Boyd the third. He put down a 46.804. There's a bit of, random drawness in the sim set. Unlike last time where we had static weather for qualifying to make everything even, this is standard dynamic weather settings. So there is wind, there's variant temperatures, shadows, so a little bit of luck and draw as to when you go and don't go in terms of getting your full time or your qualifying times. You see the carbon cut off in the turn number 3. 33 degrees of banking here at Daytona International Speedway. Very intimidating, very narrow. It looks massive in person, but when you get out there 3 wide, not very much room to move around and maneuver.
As we come to the last 20 seconds of this qualifying session, another name that I don't see currently in the sim is a driver who had real-life mechanical issues. That would be Andy Trippiano, who had his wheel actually break at the mounting point in heat number 1. I don't believe he was able to get that repaired in time to do the second chance race. Hopefully we can see him attempt the LCQ tomorrow following that, really a one-off actual technical failure.
Yeah, we couldn't tell if it was, mechanical in terms of a computer or in terms of wheel, but that is unfortunate, having a wheel break at the shaft. I've never really seen that. As we head into the race, we'll take a look at the grid here in a moment. Starting on the inside, pole position, Rocky Boy the third. On the outside, Vlad Tokarov. Inside row number 2, we have Lorando Miura and then Ryan Doucette. Number 3, we got Zachary Robinson and Jimmy B. Davis in his very multicolored machine. Caden Diedrich Strong in heat number 1. Lines up alongside Kyle Benson in row number 4. Row 5 includes Winstel 400 regulars for Dylan Roberts and Justin Malillo. Row 6, Caleb Carter and Sean Peleg. Number 7, we have Brady Weileman and Riley Malavello on the outside. Row 8 includes Tristan Baker and Nicholas Pressey. Row 9, we have Corey Steinhauser and Ryan A. Hill. Row number 10, we have Mo Perry and Kirk Marble. Row number 11, we have Jonathan Hernandez and Bryce Saucier. Row number 12, we have Alex Chilcutt and Armando Juan Petrovic trying to make their first Winstel 400 start. Row 13, longtime Winstel member Alvin Malencian and Tyler Murray. Row 14, we see Craig Lautenslager and Daniel Giroux. Row 15, we have Cole Hooper and Hayden Rapa. Inside of row 16, we have Mark Parkhurst and Cody Kennedy. Row 17, we have Chris Champeau and Tom Willett. Row 18 brings us Thomas Harmon and Jackson Sims. In row 19, we have Jalen Handcamp and Jill Shadowland. Row 20 brings us Steve Brown and Chris Bishop. Row 21 brings ABN's Carmen Sienna and Eli Sasek. Row 22, Corey Cook and Parker Alexander. And wrapping up our field is Daytona Zone Jeffrey McClintock.
Thank you, Emily, for going through all 45 names. When I brought up going through the grid, I forgot that this one would have over 40 cars, and I immediately felt terrible for asking you to do the grid.
I got into a rhythm, don't worry.
There you go.
It's honestly kind of
man.
easier just to do one person instead of having to go back and forth. Me and Parker struggled with that last night a little bit.
Well, you can do the finishing order too if you feel that way. As Lord
We're
knows,
gonna call 11 cars.
I would be right at the 21st position right now.
See, Rocky Boy just shows him the outside line here. He's going to line up in front of Ryan Doucette, leave Mr. Takarov on the inside in front of Leandro Moreira.
Well, here it is, the last race of the evening. Still 2 races tomorrow. The actual last chance qualifier, where we're expecting to take 4 to 5 drivers, and then the Winstel 400 tomorrow. But this is going to be the 55 lap second chance. This is nearly everybody. I think we have some new names who weren't able to make the first heats due to prior arrangements, works, or other things going on Saturday night. But this is the pretty much everybody who ran to bad luck or just things didn't pan out in the first 2 heats. 55 laps. It's going to be a long one here.
Yeah, I'm going to look for probably guys like Rocky Boyd, Ryan Doucette, Lilo, Dylan, Robert, Sean Pelly to kind of get to the front and stay there as they kind of command this. As we come down to the green flag, 55 laps of racing here. As we head up into the evening at the Daytona International Speedway, we get up to the gears. See already some moving and jostling in the inside row. Didn't really get a great start there. See another couple of cars really jostling there. It's going to check the inside line. It's going to be very dangerous. Ryan Doucette will drop down behind Rocky Boyd and take the lead in the inside line in front of Alex Takarov. Head around, banking and off to the back straightaway for the first time.
Everybody's still side by side. No 3 wide battles pretty much anywhere in the pack in the top 20. First 3 wide battle we're seeing is with the drivers outside the top 20 right now. I want to add something that we might be mad at. I think it takes quite skill. If we look at Sean Peleg, he's actually only able to draw 10 cars at any given time. You see him in Moon Car, you see him in different leagues, but that is one thing that Sean is having to fight with that other drivers are not having to.
Yeah, very tough situation for Sean right now. His computer not the greatest. Needing to make a trip to Micro Center for quite a long time, but so for him it is a struggle to even see anything. He also doesn't race with a mirror. He has to turn his mirror off. He has a little button toggle on his wheel to kind of flash up every once in a while to see what's going on around him. Elsewise, he is just kind of driving blind and does a very good job despite how limited he is.
I think that's a real racer, man. No mirror. That's how it should be.
It's just like those dirt track guys, Sean, or Cruz, like out in El Paso, like Christy Barnett and such.
There you go. That's Bono Speedway Park. Wild West Shootout happening this weekend, right now, actually.
Fantastic.
We complete lap number 2. Field still. Ooh, we do have some contact right now. The 69 car. And we have a yellow way in the back of the field, not even where that contact was going. Don't know what's going on here. Jackson Sims, the car that I see right now in the 45 that is spun around on the inside part of the Daytona racing surface. Not sure what happened there, but that looked like a lot of contact up in the front of the pack in a separate instant out of the tri-oval.
Yeah, there were several cars that kind of got together in the back. It was right at the edge of the frame. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Looked like about 4 cars got inside us in the exit of the tri-oval there into sort of lap number 3.
The old saying, reckon for last, as they came out of the tri-oval. You see the replay on the screen.
I can't tell who that was up there that got into the fence, but it looked like they got into the fence and then a couple cars stacked up beside. We'll see Cody Kennedy in his Fat Earth Racing machine. Take a look back here. Who was that up there in the wall? It's that black car. Let's take a second look at that, but they all kind of stack up behind there, and see Jeffrey McClintock, Hayden Rapaw, they all kind of got through there, but then those 4 cars, Jill Chatelain, Jackson Sims on the 24, might need to look a couple cars forward here.
Jeffrey is having a rough night. 3 crashes have now happened in front of him.
I can't tell who that black car is who got into the wall first, but him getting to the wall kind of made everyone check up behind him. As we say, the accordion effect here in Daytona. We've got, Jeffrey doing a great job there avoiding that. Had them jamming the binders. We see Cody Kennedy in the 24, Jill Shadow in the 78, and then Jackson Sims in the 24. Finally getting turned around there. Just kind of all rolling away here. Don't think there's any substantial damage to these cars. They should all be able to get rolling here and Look at the 15 machine. That was the one who was originally in the wall. Not really sure why. That would be the 15 of Caleb Carter 5. Right on board with him behind Commentator. I think that might have been some sort of either failure or a wheel failure or something, because he hit the wall there and, you know, almost looked like a right front failure. Similar to what we saw with Andy Trippiano there. Not sure what was going on with him. We'll have to see if the call gets put on him for this yellow or if it's called a racing deal.
Actually, the same place that Andy ran into issues. Very, very similar, as we have some takers to pit lane. I'm seeing about 10 cars right now, but for the most part, your field is staying out. We only did 4 laps in the green. As I said, we're going 32 laps on a tank of fuel, give or take. Right now, there's nothing really gaining if you're up front to pit right now.
Yeah, I don't think I would be pitting right now. You know, it's very early on. You can have 32 laps on fuel, so there really isn't much to gain. You're not going to put yourself in a window really any better than before, and you're going to be, again, at the back of this 43-car field, or 45-car field, I should say.
You know, speaking of that, in this last heat race, you know, or heat number 1, we had a yellow on like lap 5 or 6, and really none of the leaders pitted. Whereas in your heat, yellow came out on lap 7, and the entire field went into pit. What was like the deciding factor for you? I mean, you were the leader. People were following really what you were going to do, and as a defending winner of the event, like, people are going to actually take notes of what you're doing. But why did you pit last time, whereas people in heat 1 may have not done it, and when they were in a very similar situation?
The field was kind of playing out pretty tame. It had that sort of long run feel to it, so I didn't want to be the one who got stuck and, you know, having to hit early if we did have green flag stops, which we ended up having. So it's kind of a last-second call to take fuel there. Just kind of, honestly, coin flip between me and the other Winstel drivers who were kind of in cahoots there trying to figure out our strategy. It worked out for us. Only 1 car stayed out, so we all kind of were on the same strategy from there to the end.
I remember it lined all you guys up, as it looks like, I believe Steve Brown is going to be, wait, no, it might be a little bit farther up. Could be Rocky Boyd, I believe. Rocky Boyd and I believe Doucette are your first drivers who came to pit lane here, and it looks like they're going to be starting probably outside the top 30 here.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to do that. You really don't, you know, it doesn't put you in a really big advantage in terms of any strategy. I don't like that call from them. I guess they feel like they can make their way to the front, but we'll just have to see.
Hayden Dietrich's going down pit lane here to top off. Looks like a lone. No, we got a Brady in the 48 join him as well. But yeah, I know we're talking about fuel here. I just don't know what we're really gaining unless you were, you know, in the backfield or repairing damage from that instant here. As I look through the field, people to note that I think will probably make some noise here, possibly Ryan Hill in the 55, Zachary Robinson, the 20, drivers who were both up front in their respective heats, caught up in crashes and caught up in wrecks. There's a Melillo, your second car in the outside lane right now, caught up in the trial wreck in the previous heat. Jonathan Hernandez, currently right now in 16th. These are all drivers who either were maintaining run position in the top 10 in their heats, or just drivers that I know showed up to the practice sessions, had speed, and just ran to bad luck in their races.
You also want to note, look at the shadows here. Look at the sun going down. We're going to be taking this race in the evening. This race had 2x sun or time of day change, so it's going to head into the evening very quickly. We've already lost about 5 degrees of temperature on the track. It's now down to about 8 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. We're going to be cooling off as we head into the evening here, so expect grip to go up as we head into the shadow and the coolness, and speeds be up. These engines are making a lot of power. So it's going to be a very wild end of this race as we have a lot of grip and a lot of power.
Nighttime is the right time, as your leader, Kyle Benson, is going to be choosing the outside lane here. Leader does have lane choice here in the Winstel 400. With Jeremy B. Davis now leading the inside lane. Pace car will be ducking off shortly here as you ride on board with Zachary Robinson. When you're sitting as deep as he is right now, I mean, he's 4th in line, but man, if anybody misses a shift, if this inside lane doesn't get going, as the green flag comes out, inside lane, as I said, like, it just happens to where they're not going. Kind of discombobulated right now.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to really time where you want to be on a restart, right? Because you don't want to be right up behind somebody in case there's a checkup.
Speaking of that, checkup right now.
Sideways on the apron. Alex Chilcutt sideways. I saw Jesse Malone on the wall. It's going to be a big pile with him in turn one. Lots of cars involved. At least 5, 6, 7, 8 cars involved. Those guys who... Oh, you see Ryan Doucette, who came down pit road, and we challenged that call earlier. You see the consequence of making calls like that is you end up back where the wrecks happen. I think the first car saw sideways there was Alex Chilcutt in the 20 in the I believe it, don't remember his number, but then I saw, I believe it was Jesse Malone got turned sideways and then just blocked the track behind them. You see, who is that up there missing a right front? There's a lot of damaged cars in this field. They're gonna have to take a fast fare now.
A lot of factors going into that. It's right where you go from third to fourth gear on top of the, you know, the discombobulated restart the inside lane had. Cars were gaining spacing on everybody on the inside lane. Tristan Baker in the 60 car really had nowhere to go. He hits the back end of Dylan Roberts, actually. Alex has nowhere to go in the 6. He gets hit from behind on Craig when everybody starts stacking up here. You see it on your screen. You see just an accordion effect here of guys, you know, possibly shifting late, shifting early, just a ton of momentum causing this crash here on the inside lane, and that ends up blocking the track.
We see the 6 of Alex Chilcutt get turned sideways, and then guys behind him start checking up and can't really slow down. He's going to probably get away with this scot-free, it looks like. But again, behind them, they're swadding up big time. We see Chris Champone in the 12 sideways. One of the Big Fan Esports cars backwards. A lot of cars taken out in this. Very, very... Honestly, a lot of the times, the biggest wrecks we have are on restarts because you're not expecting them. And so you just end up with these wrecks that stack massively because everyone's kind of full throttle getting to the speed. You're not really expecting a wreck, and so all of a sudden, it really surprised you.
Now, speaking of full throttle, I will shout out that there is no ARCA braking at all in that. Always happy to see.
Right aboard with Caden Diedrich. He started this restart, or he started 33rd on this restart. And you're going to see this whole smoky field ahead of you. You can't do anything about it besides stop and hope no one hits you. You'll see just a parking lot ahead of him. He chooses to go down to the bottom through the grass there. He manages to avoid it. We see Ryan Doucette down there spinning. Again, these are the guys who we saw were topping off and were, you know, making those moves to prioritize fuel. And again, I don't like that call. It's right aboard of Chris Champone here in a Sprite machine. You see, he's right where it starts and he barely gets clipped, heads back down the hill and just calamity as he's just sideways in front of the field. Such a helpless feeling when this happens.
Apparently counting 17 cars on pit lane, many of them taking the faster pair. Big crash right in the middle of the pack, affecting, I mean, various strategies. I mean, we mentioned Ryan Doucette having nowhere to go, but I mean, this was taking out people who were up front earlier, who were just in the middle. I mean, really, that started from really 10th on back off the leaders.
Yeah, and so far, no call from the admin booth on any of these yellows so far, these first 2 yellows. Still pending to see if we do get a call on this one, but as of now, we haven't had a call on the first 2.
I don't think you really can put it on any one individual driver there. I think that's the definition of a racing deal, especially with this type of speed difference and what this draft is. Even just going from 3rd gear to 4th gear alone can cause that big of a checkup, so I don't really put that on anybody.
Yeah, very tough situation. Very tough situation for all these guys who, again, had good cars, but that's outside the top 15, they kind of got sideways, and then it's just, you are in trouble once that happens. So a lot of cars taken out, have to fix their damage here.
Don't mean to interrupt. Thomas Lamette right now having massive computer issues right now. Spent this entirety of this yellow in the grass in turns 1 and 2. You see him slow on the screen. I think his connection is back, but he's even saying right now it's very weird. His screen went black, had no clue where he was at. Good thing that didn't happen under the green flag condition.
Yeah, that's some of the tough things, you know. I mean, when you have these big fields of 45 cars, we don't really see that very often, unless you're running, you know, big events often, or, you know, maybe the NIS 500. Most fields in iRacing are about 25 cars or so. So this really tests computers when we head into the nighttime, and a lot of times that really brings out some gremlins as people have issues. We saw, you know, surprisingly, we had a shaft failure for Tripiano. We have computers going out. I'm sure Sean's going to be having some troubles here at some point. So the lineup for the restart, you got Justin Benson, or Kyle Benson, my mistake, on the inside. Malillo in second. Sean Peleg in third. Jimmy Davis lines up fourth. Vlad Tokarov in fifth. Nick Pressey will line up sixth. Ryan Hill will line up seventh. Leandro Morena will line up eighth. Robinson ninth. Marble 10th. And rounding out our top 11, our transfer position will be Mr. Dylan Roberts.
As I go through and look at this field right now, it's looking like Chris Champeau, Steve Brown are some of the drivers at the moment who have elected to just repair the damage. I know Corey Steinhauser is one of those as well, but it looks like a majority of the drivers involved in that crash did choose to get a fast repair.
Yeah, we still see Evan Melanson sitting on pit road. He might be out of this race. Driver's out of the car. He's behind the wall. I think night done for our Alberta native Evan Melanson.
Unfortunate to see for the 2015 Winstel 400 champion. Evan Melanson on pit lane still has a chance to race his way into the event tomorrow, but at this point in time we have Kyle Benson yet again on the pole, this time choosing the inside lane with Sean behind him, Justin Malillo on the outside with the pace car ducking in right now.
Take the green flag here, we're right on board. The number 60 machine. So far, a lot more organized than last time, but we see guys kind of making some moves here. It's going to cause some big checkups. I'm sure they're going to be a little bit more careful this time as they kind of know the consequences of last time. I believe, as we still see Alex Chilcutt on track, that this one was also called a racing deal. And I'm going to update you. Tom Millett's gremlins have continued. He's left the server. I believe that is it for him for his Winstel 400 journey.
Seeing the inside lane have a huge checkup right now. Connections not line up on the 17 of Sean. It seems like everybody's jumping up to the high side. Alex is in the middle right now in the 6 car, nearly put the 69 in the wall. But we're still going green.
Yeah, Alex is going to fall pretty far back. He's got Ryan just at about 10 car lengths back in the middle, but man, when you get stuck in that middle, it's a sucker hole. We saw the 60 car, you know, me and Bud talked about it when we went off the air for heat number 1. He was leading coming to the white flag and got pushed back to the middle and fell back to about 20th. So that middle line when you're by yourself is such a huge detriment. You got side draft on both sides and you just fall like a rock, it feels like. We'll see Evan Melanson does get off pit road there, a 2015 Winstel 400 winner. He will be at least one lap down. I believe he'll be 2 laps down now as he gets passed by the field there.
Still a chance. Good.
Yeah, I mean, still a chance. You know, there's more than likely going to be at least 2 more yellows, so he's got a good chance of, as long as he can stay on the draft here, you know, getting those laps back and getting his car fixed. So you're never out until you're out, you know, so you got to wait until the checkered flag. You can't give up at any point. Right on board this number 13 Craig Lautenschlager machine. Craig had his first season in Winstel last year. Pretty decent showing for the rookie.
Yeah, a driver who was almost obliterated in that first crash in 1 and 2. Out of faster pairs, you know, running 28th right now, pretty much in the hornet's nest with, you know, still nearly, you know, 40 laps left. And I might be right if I was Craig right now, as we see checkups on both lanes. Middle is the one with the momentum right now.
Yeah, Alex Chilcutt has had a little bit of help from up behind him. He's got the number 61 machine of Corey Cook lined up there to kind of give him a shove to the middle. Corey was working with Andrew Cootie that first time. We mentioned that in heat number 1. One of the first to get to the middle and kind of pushed Andrew Cootie up and see, number 20 car Zachary Robinson really squeezed down in front of Chilcutt there. You can kind of, this is a really good camera actually. Just, you know, we are a little bit lower than the driver is, but you don't see much more than this when you're in a car. So when you got a car ahead of you and someone jumps down, you really don't see it as you're right on board. You know, when you get kind of cars lined up, you cannot see a car ahead of you, right? That big spoiler, that massive wide body, you really don't see what's going on ahead of you. So if you're pushing somebody and somebody drops and you're in the call out, it's very easy to stack these cars up and you start pushing 3 or 4 cars and we get out of control pretty quickly.
If you look all the way at the back, I mean, the entire field from Carmen Senna to McClintock to Caleb Carter, I mean, the entire field is right here on the travels. The 69 gets on the wall. We have cars sideways, multiple cars in the outside lane, a track blocker, eggs in the tri-oval, another yellow coming
crash.
out. Oh my God, Caleb Carter is absolutely injured on the inside lane. That is a horrific injury, horrific hit.
So many good cars got taken out there. We were riding on board with all those guys there, that kind of hornet's nest of that area of, you know, Chilcutt, Corey Cook, and I think we saw just a couple cars get together. When you're 3x3 and one gets sideways, it's incredible damage. And these are going to be a lot of guys who have already used their fast repair, and are now. I mean, there is. I mean, there's Chris Champeau. I think he's been in every wreck so far. Unfortunately, he has sustained more damage on his Sprite machine. Take a look. We'll have to take a look here at what happened to start this big pileup.
I mean, we're wrecking all over the place from the outside wall to the inside wall.
First in the wall was a 69 machine, and he comes down. Oh, right in the Chilcutt. Chilcutt barely making it through 2 wrecks so far, as he hits Corey Cook, and then just at this point now, it's just sideways in front of the field. You see Ryan Doucette again involved in another accident. I didn't like that pit call. I think he barely made it through. We see Corey Kennedy. Look at those guys down there on the bottom. Oh, I think. Oh my God, cars in the air.
None of them make it on the inside lane. They all got involved in the wreck trying to avoid it.
That's what I was saying. I think Ryan Doucette got clipped in the left rear, and he had a very Kyle Busch-esque crash as he headed down to the speedway. Was right on board with ABN's own Carmen Sienna. See how she makes it through this. Let's see what damage she sustains, if anything. See Rex starts blowing up the grass, sparks, and just what an incredible job! Oh my God. Insane. I think we see Ryan Doucette up there. I think him and Cody did make it through as well with minimal damage, but excellent job of the Ohioan, showing her ability to avoid some chaos there. I think there's a little bit of crinkle on the left front, but otherwise, very, very lucky. We're going to see right aboard with Corey Cook here. We're going to see the 69. Oh, Chilcutt gets into him a little bit, and Chilcutt start up 2 wrecks here. Just stack up, huge incident. We're going to see 2 cars fly to the inside safe barrier there. Very hard contact. I think that's going to be terminal damage if they don't have a fast repair. I think that might have been the 15 machine. Yeah,
we got to look at Caleb. It was not a pretty looking wreck. That was my reaction, you know, as it was happening live. Hit the concrete wall, not even the safer barrier. The 15 is absolutely destroyed. You might want to close your eyes, folks. This is not going to be pretty at all.
The 44 machine of Caleb Carter 5.
Might have to get the tarps. I mean, this is a bad hit.
We're going to see if he's going to turn left here to get down, and he's going to get clipped and just head for this very, very bad wall and just pound the wall. Very not good wall to hit. And I want to point out a call has been made on Alex Chilcutt. He has been pinged with the cause of that accident. He will be disqualified from the second chance race, so he'll have to make it through the last chance qualifying tomorrow at 5. It's a very tough race. Only 5 cars, I believe, will make it through from that event. It's a very tough luck for him. Although, again, you got to be careful. You got to be clean in these. You don't get a chance to cause 2.
Yeah, and that's just part of the risk of running, you know, in the middle lane the whole time. I mean, even if you get tight, if somebody makes a mistake, I mean, you're kind of the one being looked at in situations like that, especially when the entire field gets wrecked behind it. So unfortunate for Alex, but well, I mean, he's going to be a front runner tomorrow in the LCQ.
And again, tomorrow on ABN, we have the Winstel 400. We have the pre-race starting at 5 p.m. Includes the last chance qualifying event and Carmen Siena's preview of the Winstel 400. And then tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m., green flag for the Winstel 400. 400 miles of action tomorrow night from the Daytona International Speedway. 43 cars, star-studded field. Should be a great night of racing. Again, the pre-race show and the last chance qualifying will be live on ABN on YouTube and live tomorrow for the Winstel 400 green flag 7:30 p.m. on Twitch.
You know, we haven't really, I don't think I've mentioned it all, but I mean, this race does have a $1,000 purse. A lot of people forget that. Free entry, all you had to do was sign up. I think that's why we have so many people who view this as one of their favorite events of the year. Because I really can't think of anything else that's been free the entirety of it, offering, I mean, it's been a $1,000 purse for at least the last 4 years, and I know it's been hundreds before that, going all the way back to like 2018. So, I mean, I just love this event. I just want to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what really defines this event is just passion, right? I mean, there's no requirements, there's no, you know, silly things you have to kind of hoops to jump through it all. It's just you run what you brung, go hard, and the best driver in the end wins. You don't need money to show up. There's no big corporate sponsors that are going to restrict anything. Just love of the game and passion. It's been this way for 13 years and hopefully for 13 more.
Yeah, paying out all the way through the top 20, your winner will end up winning $225, and if you finish 15th to 20th, you still walk away with $15. So, I mean, what a great payout structure. I'm so happy to be a part of this again.
The racer just said in our ear, that is indeed a month of iRacing. So pay your way through the month with finishing the top 20. Great deal. Head around through turn number 3 and 4 here again. Sun getting low in the driver's eyes a little bit. Sometimes if you don't have your shaders turned down right or your exposure turned right in your cockpit, you will have that nuclear sunset that iRacing is so famous for, blinding you as you head into turn 3 and 4. Leader Kyle Benson is chosen the top side. Alex Takarov's on his inside here. We head on down with Dylan Roberts. Pace car is down. We head for the green flag here. Lap number 19 of 55 here in the second chance qualifier.
Now, I was busy looking at the wreck this last time. I'm going to go back right now and see if the leaders have pitted, because we are on lap 19. As I said, the fuel window is around 32 laps. So let me do some research really fast.
I believe the whole field pitted there. I saw everyone kind of coming off pit road. So everyone on fresh tires, full fuel, happy cars. Head around through turns number 2 onto the back straightaway.
Yes, can confirm a majority of the field up front did end up having time to take 4 tires. Well, handling should not be an issue for the front runners as much as it would be for people who have taken 2 here. We see a third 3-wide move by Craig in the 13, all the way in the 22nd position right now, being pushed by Rocky Boyd in the 91. These are the guys making moves right now, trying to work their way up on the inside lane.
Yeah, Craig's a Texan, so he knows how to be aggressive and work his way up there. So using this tech. Oh, we'll see. Ooh, who was that? Almost stuck in the middle there. The sucker hole. Ryan Doucette's joined them. Corey Cook again. Corey's been loving that middle line. This is just kind of the pusher there. He was pushing Alex Chilcutt before that incident, and he was pushing Andrew Cootie before the incident P number 1. So honestly, Corey Cook has been around a lot of incidents here as a pusher in the middle, but none of his doing, nothing that he's done wrong. Just that is a tough spot to be in when you're pushing that middle line.
When we speak of the middle, it did kind of led to the incident on the French straightaway. You see how much the lanes are moving right now. I may have been incorrect in saying how many people had 4 tires. I mean, we have contact in the middle right now between Eli in the 99 and Corey in the 61. All these lanes are moving all over the place right now.
Yeah, it looks like the inside line led by Alex Takarov is really trying their best to side draft the outside line. So it's making the lines kind of move around a lot. So there's a lot of ebb and flow of momentum. These cars put out a big hole in the air that really is tough to comprehend, right? There's a lot of pull up in the car ahead of you, and this new draft model, it really makes it a tough thing to do to kind of temper your runs.
One thing I'm noticing as we ride on board of the 99, we see Dylan Roberts down in the 31 car. He is currently right now the leader of the inside lane. That is actually changing right now as Justin Melillo makes it 3 wide for what would have been the lead. Now your leader, Jerry B. Davis, leading the outside lane as they pull away. What I was going to say is that I was noticing that Ryan Hill and Craig were kind of teetering on sitting below or sitting on the inside lane, kind of going back and forth between the middle and bottom, watching the runs. And I was going to say that Dylan was your lead contender for the inside lane. At this point, he is all the way outside the top 20.
Yeah, Vlad Takarov, who was leading the inside line, had most of the field abandoned him, and so he kind of fell like a rock. And Dylan had to really check up for him there to kind of keep them stacking everything up. As we see Justin Melillo now leading the inside line, and they're kind of moving it around, right? They're not staying in one place, so there's a lot of ebb and flow between who has the momentum, whether it be the middle behind them or the bottom behind them, as Melillo goes back to the yellow line, leaving Ryan Doucette exposed in the middle there as first car in line.
What do you feel about that? I mean, during even last year's runs, we have slight checkups on the outside lane. Jackson Sims in the wall. Mo Perry having the lift right now. Mo Perry gives him the room. This is not an incident. People giving each other spacing. What I was going to say is, even last year in the race, Emily, you sat on the outside lane. You almost never moved to the middle. Like, what do you think about people kind of flip-flopping between the middle and the bottom, trying to control the lanes?
I don't really like it. I like being someone who just runs against the fence and just kind of either runs against the O-line or runs against the fence, right? Because when you start moving around like that, you kind of give the middle an opportunity to really kind of form up and get to you, because you start checking up your line, and you also give that draft to that middle lane that allows them to keep moving forward. So you kind of, it's a double-edged sword where you want to kind of get that side draft sometimes, but at the same time, you create those checkups and you give that middle that opportunity to really challenge you. So kind of tough to really balance that and kind of trust your line and roll forward.
We got guys racing for the lead as we're talking about, giving room and everything. Jeremy Davis was flip-flopping between the lanes with Melillo exiting turn 2 that time, and now they're in 3. Melillo actually jumps to the outside lane. I mean, these guys are racing for the lead. We've seen Jeremy Davis in years past in heat races do this exact strategy, try and control lanes, because he really doesn't have any teammates around him. He's more of a solo wolf out here, and it's worked for him in the past. He's made the Winstel 400 6 times of the 12 previous races.
Yeah, Jimmy Davis always is a factor in heat races. He's won a bunch of them. He's, a very good driver in that regard, and a lot of people trust him to make those aggressive moves when the time comes. We just saw Ryan Hill that last lap. He was leading the inside line, and he got pushed up the hill there at the 13 of Craig Lautenslager, and he is all the way back outside the top 15 now. Again, lots of ebb and flow. A big name that we just right on board with. Look at Carmen Sienna. She came from the back there, was almost above that last accident, all the way up to now in the top 5. Ryan Lucette's up there now. One of those 2 big accidents through the grass with lots of contact. So again, the damage is not terminal. You can get these cars fixed up, and with the draft as strong as it is, you don't really need the best car in terms of damage to be able to compete. It'll be hard to lead probably if you have damage, but you can really, really get up to the pack with a pretty messed up race car.
As we're looking at right around 30 laps left, at this point, we've kind of thrown away all the extra laps that we've had from the heat races, and now we're just back to, hey, we have 30 laps to try and get in the top 11. So if you're way back in the field, not only do you need to make moves, as we see Chris Champeau doing that in the 12, you need to not only make moves, you need to actually get to the front ASAP.
Yeah, as we talked about in the first heat, everyone who wants to be at the front is going to be up front with 5 to go. You can't make your move late because everyone's trying to make their move. And the track's going to get clogged up. You're going to be clogged at 3 wide with nowhere to go. So you got to be up there when it counts. You got to really be up there controlling. And, there's a point, too, to it. The leaders of the whole race, they know who they've been racing against, the guys in the top 10. They know who they trust. They know who they want to push when the time comes down to it. If you want to just ride around for the majority of the race and then try to show up at the end, those guys up front aren't going to trust you. They're not going to make the move with you when it's time to go, and you need friends to make the moves to win here.
This might seem minor, but there is a battle right now for the lucky dog if a crash comes out between Tristan Baker and Evan Molason. They are both in the back of the field right now, so keep that in mind. If we see another yellow, one of those will be back on the lead lap if they're not involved in it. As we see bit of a lead change right now. The 13 car. Craig leads his first lap in the second chance race. We have a 3 wide situation with Ryan Hill forcing his way in on the middle right now. He's all by himself unless he gets some help by Roger Saucier in the 5 car. He's going to keep falling back.
Yeah, Ryan's been stuck in the middle though. Bunch this past couple laps, following from the pack plummeting. As again, we look around the environment, it is getting pretty late into the afternoon. The whole track is covered in shadow now. Track's cooling off. We're down into the low 80s. So this track to be really gripped up. You're not going to have those kind of struggles that we had in terms of handling that we had in Heat 1 and Heat 2. It is going to be an all-out brawl with full power, full tire. To the bottom lane starting to prevail here, but we should see the outside line of Jimmy B. Davis being pushed by Justin Malone kind of make some ground there. Once they kind of get their temps together and kind of push more.
Leaders pretty much being respectful right now. The main racing is going on outside of the top 25 right now, right where Ryan Hill ended up falling to. That is the only area that we actually see racing. Everywhere up front, we looked at Ryan Doucette, we look at Carmen, everybody up here is kind of respecting where they're at. Everything that's going on is happening right now at 18th.
Yeah, that's kind of how these teams tend to, as we ride aboard with Chris Champeau, first car in the middle there. He's been involved. You see his lap front still a little bit crinkled up there. Could be okay. I don't think he's smashed very yet, even though he's been in multiple accidents now at this point. It's going to be tight as we go into 1 there. All those squeezes are so scary. But yeah, as well as in team number 2, right? The top 10 or so understand the assignment. They're going to ride together and be nice. And just see associate behind him. Oh, he's going to. Oh my! I don't like that move to the left rear. I do not like that at all. This guy's raced very tough through the top 15 or so now, as he has Robinson ahead of him, and I can't tell who that is. First car in line in the middle, but yeah, the guys in the top 10 or so, it looks like they're racing hard, but really it's just 2 lines of just kind of handshake opportunities, right, where you're just trying to run away from the field and not really let anything happen. They all know they're safe here. They want to keep it that way, and it won't be until we see that line of cars, and we'll see Kirk Marble right in the middle here. Once he starts getting into that top 10 knock on the door, we'll start seeing more jostling as we get into the front line or so, because people are going to get angsty. They're going to want to make sure they protect. So look to see some lead changes here as Kirk Marble kind of shakes things up here.
We see the 3-wide racing slowly encroaching on the leaders as Jonathan Hernandez kind of blanked out there on the back straightaway. I think it kind of scared Cole as he hit the wall in turn 3. We got some connection issues on some of these guys. I mean, yet again, speaking about Sean, I mean, realistically, he's racing without a mirror. This is putting on stress as we have contact in that middle lane. Cole came down, wasn't clear. We stayed green. That 34 car kept it straight. We didn't have a wreck there, but I mean, not only are we running out of laps, we're getting cars closer together. We're straying out computers. I mean, this is what I think of when I think of a second chance race.
Yeah, this is really the toughest race of the weekend, right? Because you got so many good cars in this. They know that they don't want to be in the race tomorrow, and this is the biggest field we'll have all weekend, right? And as you see, Kirk Marble pushing the number 34 machine there. We saw Chris Champeau abandon the middle line. He's back on the bottom. And as of now, it looks like that middle line's not. Ooh, the big checkup there was a couple cars back in the fence there. I think that was Nick Pressey who kind of got the worst of it. He bounced off the outside wall there. You see a bunch of cars scrambling in the back. It's going to shake up the momentum here and kind of allow some new players. We see a big gap between Vlad Tokarov and Ryan Doucette. We see Chris Champeau about to be clear of the middle line. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Chris Champeau jump up there and try to lead that middle line now that he has that little bit of a gap. You see Vlad Tokarov, he is looking antsy, trying to look for that middle. Nick Pressey in the 4 car. These guys are starting to look towards the middle. We see Kyle Benson is the first move to the middle there as he goes underneath Justin Malillo. Jimmy B. Davis moves on to block that momentum, and we're going to see Justin Malillo be pushed to the outside. We'll see a couple cars in the back making the first round of green flag stops, so I think we might be seeing people trying to drop to the bottom here and get clear to make those green flag stops for the final time.
Caden Dietrich and Brady Rillman, your drivers on pit lane right now with the secondary pack kind of forming, trying to stay away from these leaders in case, terminal hits them. Cody Kennedy and Dylan Roberts among those drivers, kind of getting away in case a crash happens. But we're seeing a lot of these drivers start getting ready for those green flag pit stops, or at least giving room. I think that may have been people who didn't pit on the last yellow, because if they pit on 17, they should still have plenty of fuel to go around.
They should, but at the same time, sometimes it's good to get out of the pack and kind of, get that, hit some out of the way. So that way, if there is a yellow, you can take advantage of that and be kind of shuffled to the front. And if, with the pack getting as jostled as it is, it's kind of slowed down, right? If you can get 4 good cars down pit road and get them lined up, you can run faster than this lead pack can.
We got the 45 on the wall. We got multiple cars. We're still green.
I think we're going to keep it green.
I think Jeffrey has right front suspension damage. And Hernandez in the hard in the
there's
wall.
The caution.
Still,
there's going to be
no, it's still green.
So far?
Still green. We're wrecking. No, we're not. Huge checkups all the way from turns entering 1 all the way down the back straightaway. Hernandez and Jeffrey McClintock seem to be the biggest guys who are hurt by that. Right now up front, that leads to a bit of a 19-car breakaway as we have 2 drivers entering pit lane. That's Kyle Benson and some other guys. But this changes the dynamic of everything. Not only are we coming up to green flag pit stops, but we're coming up to a situation where the leaders are kind of breaking away from everybody. With this setup, it's going to be really difficult for people like Tristan Baker, Evan Melanson, and other drivers to get back up there without a yellow.
Just nicking on Jeffrey McClintock and Jonathan Fernandez. Both of those 2 just got meatballs from that incident. They must come down pit road now and fix those cars. That's going to force their hand here and make them, use up that fast repair to really get back out there and compete now. And puts them pretty far behind the 8 ball for the guys who are already kind of behind the 8 ball running towards the back of the pack.
Your lead pack right now is held by about 22 cars. So as we have a yellow,
I think they had a wreck in them. Oh my, yeah, several cars involved there, probably trying to catch the field there. And I think that's both of our Lucky Dog contestants there with Emma Melanson and the number 02 machine. I believe that's Jeffrey McClintock coming in hot on scene.
Yeah, unless
that's going to save McClintock since he stayed out there and didn't have to use his fast train to go a lap down in the green. We're going to have to take a look here and see what actually happened to cause the incident. I'm going to guarantee it was aggressive pushing, though, because those guys were in desperation mode. They had lost the lead pack. They needed to really hustle to get back up there, and when you're in that situation, you kind of make some silly mistakes. The Evan Melanson pushing the 02 machine is going to happen ahead of them here. Oh my, what a heavy contact. We see Mo Perry dive to the inside there. You see, I believe the 02 and 32 also involved there.
There's multiple incidents.
Yeah, it looks like there was someone ahead of this who got turned, and then several cars wrecked coming into it. The 65 was the first car sideways, but we haven't really seen why that happened. We can look back at this. See, the number 24 of Cody Kennedy, like I said, aggressive pushing there. They got misaligned. Like we saw off the Toyotas at Talladega this spring. A hard impact on the outside safer barrier from the number 65 machine of Corey Steinhauser. That will take him out of this event here. The Australian not having a great day, and he's going to get slammed by another couple of cars there. And that was the number 37 of Mark Parkhurst, I believe, who absolutely clobbered him. Luckily, that was in the right side door, so, well, that might be a problem since he is an Australian, so he might be a right-hand drive driver. But, see, again, the guys who are in this right, we see Jonathan Hernandez up there. I believe he's going to make it through this, but nowhere to go there, right in the door as the hood folds up. Luckily, he didn't have to see much of that. You know, we got the blindfold himself from the real carnage. As he's going to roll around here, probably going to defend. Yeah, I don't think he has front tires here, so he's going to be in trouble because he has to tow and use a fast rear if he hasn't already, and probably go a lap down just from the tow itself.
A lot of drivers had already used their fast repair. I think that'll put an end to the race for Evan Melanson. I believe Tristan Baker will receive the lucky dog, so he'll, once this is all said and done, there'll be 36 cars on the lead lap following this as we enter 20 laps, actually well under 20 laps to go. What are we at, like 17 to go? I mean, now it's, you know, everybody's just trying to fight to get up top 12.
So we had mentioned earlier, the guys who had not stopped, or had made those green flag pit stops earlier, guys like Murray, Benson, Diedrich, Handcamp, they all stayed out here like we talked about. They got that lucky yellow, they're going to inherit the lead here. So it worked out for them to make those early green flag stops, as we see all of our leaders head off pit road here to line us up for what should be a restart with about 15 laps to go.
Yeah, pretty big shakeup in the grid. I mean, this is a lot of people who, at least I'll wait for scoring to come through, but I believe it's a lot of people who had not been up in the front. You know, I know Tyler B. Murray and I mean, well, Benson had been leading, but you look at Caden, who pitted right before that last yellow came out. You look at Caleb Carter, who, you know, had a hellacious crash, you know, 10 laps ago. Now he's going to be rolling off 7th. I mean, this is a pretty big shakeup. A lot of the front runners who had been up there, who had clawed all race for track position, are going to be starting outside the top 12.
Yeah, the call has just come in from the admin booth up there in the tower. As we expected, Cody Kennedy, the 24 machine, has been disqualified after he had that unfortunate bumper hook with Craig Lautenschlager. It's unfortunate, really not anybody's fault there, but obviously, as a driver pushing, it's your responsibility. Very unfortunate for him. He'll go into the last chance qualifier tomorrow.
A beneficiary of all that chaos was Dylan Roberts, who was one of the last cars on the lead lap before that yellow came out. This will at least help him gain 12 positions as he come across the line. This time he is in 22nd. That's a lot better than 36 of where he was before that yellow came out. The 48 is stopped on track currently.
Let's take a look at our track facts and our race facts. 2.5 miles in length, it's Daytona International Speedway. First opened up in 1959. This version of the track was repaved in 2011. And we got a scan of it again, I believe, 2 years ago. So we've got a little bit more character in this track than we used to have, which I think has kind of caught people off guard, right? For the first 10 years of this track kind of being on iRacing, when it first launched in 2012, we had a fresh pavement scan that was scanned in 2011, glass smooth and all that. But then we got a scan of it again from, I believe, 2022. It was a lot more bumpy, especially on the apron. There's a lot of bumps and character down there, and it's thrown some people off over the years. And race facts here, we got this first race in the list was in 2013. We're now in our 13th year of competition here. I won the last one. Parker Alexander, who was in the booth earlier, won the pole last year. We have 84 entries this year, record at number of entries. Filled up very, very quickly. Very hot event this year. Head around to turn number 3 and 4. We're getting a green flag here with 16 laps to go. Winstel 400 second chance race.
Now, do you happen to know, I'm pretty sure Tyler Murray and Kyle Benson are teammates. That could be indicated by their similar paint schemes, but I'm pretty sure they are teammates. That might play a role in this restart here.
Yeah, I don't see them lined up in any of our channels right now. We have Eli Sastic and can't remember his name now. Everyone's gotten their Discord names turned wrong. We got Mo Perry and Eli Sastic lined up in a Discord channel together. Kirk Marble and Cody Kennedy were working together. A bunch of lone wolves out there as we take the green flag with 16 to go here in the Winstel 400.
Take the green flag. Your transfer position right now is being held by Chris Champeau in the 12 car. That is going to be the area of contention as we see a swap up front in the leaders. As suspected, they're working together. They both get lined up on the outside lane. That's Tyler Murray who jumped up there. But right now, 12th position, right where Sean Peleg is and Ryan Hill. These are going to be the guys who are going to be leading the charge to try and make something happen. As we make it 3 wide, we see the 61 car of Corey Cook working his way through. Now he's in the transfer spot. That pushes Sean out. That pushes the 68 out. Now he has help from Dylan Roberts in the middle lane in that 31 machine. This is the battle for the transfer spot.
Wouldn't be shocked to see Chris Champeau try to drop that and lead that into that middle line. He's been liking that so far. He was working with Corey Cook to get up in that position earlier. So Corey Cook is pushed around him, so he's going to lose that opportunity now as they sort of ebb and flow with momentum here. Dylan Roberts, one of the best pushers out there. He's got, despite, oh man, Chris Champeau really pulling down on the right side of that machine, putting that air in that spoiler and really slowing Dylan down as he has number 81 behind him there pushing along in the line. Move forward here a little bit and get right attached to the back bumper as the inside line kind of moves up to the middle. So we might see some guys try to go even lower and try to move that inside line. This is where it gets really awkward, right? Because you don't really know which way to go. So Dylan gets a little bit of contact. Excellent job hanging on this machine. You're going to see more probably contact in the middle and the back of the pack here as it kind of accordions through that field. And it's that middle line really suffering there. They've fallen back another 2 or 3 rows. The inside line also not really doing great there. We see Tyler Murray, I believe, has dropped down from his teammate, Kyle Benson. He is now leading the inside line as Diedrich has moved to the top side to try to block that movement on the outside.
Yeah, the fight to get in the middle and try and like kind of gridlock yourself as the leaders get sideways. Multiple cars
Still
sideways,
green,
we keep straight. Outside lane having to check up. Every lane having to check up.
This is going to be big.
Before entering 3, we save it.
What an incredible job by all these drivers to keep it straight there. This is going to really shake up the momentum now. You're going to have a lot of cars getting runs now that we've kind of shooken up this situation. We're going to see, I believe that's Nick Pressey in the 4 machine who's made it up. Carmen Sienna making some big moves up in the 3rd. Now pushing Jimmy B. Davis into the lead. So incredible job by Carmen Sienna of ABN to really show her muscle in this Winstel 400.
You see Thomas Harmon working way in the middle. Now they have the transfer position with Dylan Roberts right behind. I mean, that pretty much killed the entire outside lane. Whoever was there before that really got hurt by that checkup and that near crash out of 2 last time by.
Yeah, that was tough and really shook up the field there and kind of created some momentum. And there's going to be a lot of drivers that probably have pretty decent amounts of damage. They're going to be a little bit slower. Really, as long as your nose is clean, you're going to be okay. But if you cave in that nose, you can't push as hard, and if you can't push as hard, you can't go as hard. And so you got to really be careful to protect that nose. You're going to see that again. Some more. You're going to see one car should be okay there on the apron, gets kind of touched in the right rear on the entry.
We see the leaders racing too. Oh man, everybody's blocking everywhere. Jeremy B. Davis goes up, slows the momentum of the outside lane up. We now have the outside lane going to the inside. Now it's back to the outside with Ryan Doucette and Ryan Hill getting pushed. 5 car in the wall, 5 car. Roger saves it. I mean, these drivers are racing for all they have right now.
Oh, very close on the leader, Carmen's left rear with Tyler Murray getting the apron there a little bit. We see one car heading the pit road here, not sure why. I'm not sure if he has a meatball or what's going on with him.
Could be various things. Pitted from the 8th position.
believe it. Jalen Handcuff has gone down pit road there. I believe it might have been a meatball. Had to clear. Very unfortunate for him to be up there in that position and have that incident take him out of contention for now. As again, we see them inside, kind of middle line there, trying to form.
I don't think there's a safe lane at all. Like every lane is causing checkups. Outside lane has died a few times. Inside lane has disappeared. I don't think there's any lane that you could actually choose right now to be comfortable in that's going to let you transfer.
No, I don't believe so either. As we come to the line here to take 10 laps to go, they're going to wreck in the back, I believe. We're going to have a caution out now. Can't tell who is in it. We got several cars involved. See, there's number 42 machine of Brayley Weileman. I think that car's might be killed. He has a right front. He might have a tow here. 92 got turned around there. Riley Marabello. Feel bad for Riley. He was third last night in qualifying. You know, outside looking in, and now he's in this mess of a last chance or second chance qualifier.
I don't see any smoke, but did Brady happen to blow a motor or something in that tri-oval in the 48
Let's
machine?
take a look here and see kind of what happened, but
I don't see any smoke, but he went from 198 to 192, 181 actually. I think that may have been a blow motor or an accidental downshift or something out of that 48 machine, or netcode cannon.
Yeah, I was listening on the scanner, and he seemed pretty upset. I'm not sure why. We'll have to take a look here. Yeah, we see him just kind of slow down there, and it stacks up the line, and a lot of cars with a lot of damage there. Oh, and he barely clips Riley there on the left here. I don't think he had a left front or a right front. He hit the inside wall pretty hard, so not really his fault there. He was trying to get it slowed up, but something weird happened there. I don't know exactly what. You back it up here, looking at the 48 machine. Brady Weileman. So he goes through there, and I think it was a little bit further back. He got checked up by something, and it just fell like a rock, and all of a sudden, he's enveloped in this massive accident. So go on board here in the tri-oval. I'm going to back it up here and kind of get a picture of what's going on. So pretty stable in the pack here. Clips the inside. That is very weird. I don't know if he had a mechanical failure or hit the brakes. I don't know why it would be a motor issue, because I think he's still rolling and he wasn't really pushing anybody.
I don't know why it would be a brake issue, because he lost 20 mile per hour like instantly here. It is like the car shut off or something if it was real life, but clearly it's not. I don't know what happened there.
It looks like it's turned hard left there. It might be a wheel failure. It looks like it's still turned hard left there. He's on the brakes. That's a weird one. I don't really think we're going to end up knowing. Look on board his machine. And looking at the RPMs there, everything seems normal. And then his wheel, I think this might be a wheel failure with the way it turns hard left there. It recovers here. That's bizarre.
That could be it recalibrating too.
Right on board in real speed here, looking at his hands. Just maybe his throttle pedal? I really don't know what to think about that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It might have been a hard left just to avoid the pedal issue or whatever was happening. But very bizarre incidents tonight. With some
very weird.
Failures.
Yeah. Is there a full moon? Are we racing on the 13th? Like, what's going on tonight?
Looking at the upcoming broadcast now, we've got the Winstel 400 tomorrow live on Twitch. The ARCS A2 draft, January 19th. The A2 Clash, January 26th. And the ARCS Daytona Duels, all live on ABN on YouTube. We have the PEC series at Spa, February 8th, 7 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, and then February 15th, VRR GT Tour goes to Daytona on 2 p.m. on ABN Twitch.
Carmen Senna, after all that, leading the field, coming to 6 to go. Tyler B. Murray on the outside. Bragg and Jeremy B. Davis round out your top 4. Who is... Oh, sorry, I'm listening to the admins. I'm seeing what's going on here. It seems like Bishop is actually... Nope. Yeah, Brady is given the EOL penalty for mechanical failure on that. I wasn't entirely sure. I wasn't able to hear what exactly happened, but it was a confirmed mechanical failure on the 48 side.
Yeah, Cruz, I went back and listened to the scanner there while we were discussing that, and it sounds like he had a screen freeze on him. So, he's, unfortunate situation there. So, the wreck probably was deemed on him, but because it was a mechanical failure, he's not going to get the harsh penalty of being disqualified. He will have to go EOL here, and we're going to have 6 laps to go on this restart here, so it'll be tough for him to make it back to the field without some significant chaos or some significant luck to fall his way. Right on board of Chris Champeau up here in 6th. Sprite Machine, he's seen a lot of action so far, probably the most of anybody. Very good job by him to get up here and kind of get himself back in contention after some rocky starts. His race, Carmen Sienna was involved in a couple of incidents, very narrowly at least, and now sees herself leading as she comes down to take the green with 6 to go here in the Winstel 400 second chance race. We see the sky now, the beautiful blue, darkness settling in, the track cool, the motor's temp, making a lot of power, a lot of cool air for a lot of big draft. Take the green flag, 6 laps to go here.
Transfer position being held once again by Ryan Hill in the 55 machine on the inside lane. What is super important to note here is how these lanes are going to be built. I mean, you see Dylan Roberts already going middle. He wants to lead the middle lane. Now, I don't know if anybody's going to go with him right now. It's looking like Tristan Baker might, but he decides to go on the bottom. Now it's Hernandez in the 88 machine behind the 31. We see Ryan Hill flirting with the middle lane, trying to control what Dylan is going to do. I mean, this is it, coming down to 5 to go.
Yeah, Dylan's going to be in the back of Ryan A. Hill here. Oh, as Ryan goes back to the bottom, didn't like that middle line there. It's going to really hurt the momentum there, I think, though. Dylan was disappointed. We talked to him after heat number 1, I believe, or was it heat number 2, where he just felt like he got blocked and really couldn't make any good moves. So he's going to be looking to really be aggressive here and get back to the front.
Your 3rd place finisher from last year's Winstel 400, currently stuck in 20th. That's Dylan Roberts in the 31 machine. Right now, it's all Ryan Hill in the inside lane, still holding that position. He is defending 12th place like his life depends on it. Can't go up right now with Ryan Doucette in the yellow car, as Ryan Doucette blocks the momentum on the high side. Looks like Hill's going to go back to the bottom and block the inside lane there. He seems to be the control car right now of what the middle lane is going to do.
Yeah, so far, pretty calm up here within the top 10. No one making any really big moves. I look to see, people like Just Malillo, Dylan Roberts making some big moves here. And we see the 34 machine making a couple moves there, falls back in the line. Still, top 10 or so, content to sort of ride and be patient here as we head down with only 4 laps to go in turn number 1 and 2.
4 to go, still double file for your top 12 cars right now. Seems to be knocking on Ryan Doucette as the first car who could potentially lose the transfer position. He goes to the top line to try and delay that.
You see Nicholas Pressey pulling a line there. He's going to be the first to kind of jump up and challenge Carmen Sienna. Carmen goes up to block, puts him in the wall almost. We're going to see 3 wide for the lead here, coming to 3 laps to go.
Nicholas down on momentum, outside lane, going to be stalled with that 4 car hitting Ryan Doucette. Now the middle lane runs issue. Jeremy Davis spurred sideways.
Big crash. Several cars involved. That's going to be major damage to most of the field here. Is that everyone about 8th on back is in the grass. Big contact there on the inside. More contact there on the inside grass.
Kyle Benson, who had led a majority of this race, possibly out of faster pairs, possibly out of this race in that damaged 10 machine.
Again, that all kind of started there when Carmen made that big block that really shifted momentum. Everyone got 3 wide. There was a lot of, taking to be taken, and I don't know where exactly it started. I believe Corey Cook was around where it started, and just sideways, bang, and then across the track everyone went. From everyone about 8th on back was really not in a good position there. This track was completely blocked. So you take a look at the ABN replay here. Watch that outside line around Ryan Doucette, around Chris Champeau. Kind of go back here and kind of see how this started, right? So we're going to see Carmen's going to go up here to block Nicholas Pressey there, and that's going to give the inside momentum to Rocky Boyd. You can't get back to cover him in time. Tyler Murray in the 16 machine goes wild there, and now we're going to see the momentum here. It comes to the top. We're going to see some checkups here up top. Oh, it was, I believe Jeremy B. Davis was the first car sideways. I don't know who was pushing him, but we see everybody now wadded up big here. There's just no place to go for these guys. We're going to have to look again and see who was the one to get in the back of Jeremy B. Davis there. Because he was the one who was first sideways and out of line and out of shape.
As we wait for that replay, I'm just looking at pit lane. I mean, we have pretty much the entire field down here right now getting their cars repaired. I mean, we mentioned Benson, we mentioned Jeremy B. Davis being involved. As we see a replay on your screen, I'll bring up a driver after this that has little to no damage following this once its replay's over.
Yeah, watch the center there. I think it might have been Murray who blocked Jeremy B. Davis and kind of made him check up there. We might need a side-on shot to really see, or kind of a rear-angle camera from the 16 to kind of really see what it was that kind of started that. But yeah, the 64 machine wildly through the grass here. This great camera work. We see Ryan Doucette wild through the grass there again. Let's take a look here. Hard to tell, but yeah, it looks like the 16 came down in Jeremy's right front. And Champeau got into the back of Jeremy Davis. Set this whole thing alight here on the front straightaway. We'll see the track completely blocked. Let's see here again. If we can get an onboard of Jeremy Davis looking ahead here, that'd be 64 machine. So let's see here. Let's watch this in slow motion here and kind of see how this plays out. So yeah, he goes to the inside, and yeah, that's Tyler Murray didn't want to give him that, and then that is going to check him up, and obviously Chris Champeau behind him doesn't have much he can do. He's going to turn on the Nick Pressey. That's going to turn Pressey sideways in front of the field, and now you've got several cars blocking the field. Malone makes it through there really nicely. He's going to lux out there and get some good spots. So we see Sean Pellick in the grass. There's lots of cars involved. We see Ryan set his sideways again. Man, what an incredible crash to bring us into the green white checkered zone.
You mentioned Sean. As I was looking back at the replay, I just see him neck coating through everybody. So I guess we're going to only run 10 cars. If we can get one last replay, if you're going to run 10 cars, no mirror, and there's a big wreck in front of you, just neck coating through everybody.
We see Sean there right ahead of Hayden, morphing through the accident scene.
It's still not done.
Great job by Hayden there. Jesus took the wheel for him and led him through to salvation from this big wreck. On board with Mr. Pellick here.
He can't see this, mind you. Only 10 cars drawn. Has no idea what's going on.
He sees the wreck now. He's going to morph through 1 car, 2 cars. I think we're going to see one more here at least. He's going to morph through there. So that really was right.
I can't believe he didn't fall out of the session. I can't believe he's still here.
So now, this is going to shake up our top 10 here. Good. So now the picture, as we come to the green-white checkered, and mind you, we only have 1 attempt at this green-white checkered, and there will be no yellow thrown. So if we go green and wad it up immediately, we will stay green until the checkered flag. We are within the point of no return. So let's go through and look at this top 10 here. We've got Craig Lonslaughter, Rocky Boyd third, Caden Diedrich, Leonardo Marrera, Harmon Sienna, Tyler Murray, Nicholas Pressey, Blake Saucier, Corey Cook, Ryan Hill, and I believe who's our 11th final transfer is currently Jalen Handcamp. Those are your top 11. Those are the guys who are locked in currently. And you're going to have an absolute slugfest from these guys back there. Keep in mind, though, only 29 cars in the lead lap as of now. So it's going to be tough. And we're hearing from some scanners that there's some broken cars out there that, decided not to pit, keep their track position to try to tough it out. So look for some chaos here as we take the green flag here to take or green, white, checkered.
Yeah, first car up front that I see having quite a bit of damage is Corey Cook in the 61 machine on the outside lane. His fifth car on the outside. I think he's the farthest one out that actually has substantial amount of damage, as we're coming to 3 to go in the second chance race.
Green flag here, we're going to take 2 to go in the green, white, checkered. And keep in mind now, as we mentioned before, this is the run to the end. There will not be another yellow. So whatever happens from here on out, it's chaos until the checkered flag. Looks like everyone kind of gets going pretty well from the top 15. You see kind of some check-ins on the bottom there. Cars in the wall in the back. A couple cars get spun. It's going to include Ryan Doucette, a couple of others. Riley Marabello, Jonathan Hernandez. Their chances tonight are over as we head back to the front of the pack. Currently about 20 cars left in this pack. Sean Pellick and Dylan Roberts leading the outside line. Look for them to make some big moves.
They got walled.
Oh, they got walled. Oh, big trouble for both of them. See the 60 car involved as well. Sean makes it through. About 15 cars left in this lead pack as we head around to the white flag. A breakaway for Diedrich and Boyd out to the front. They're going to be pushing to the end. We got Kyler Murray being pushed by, I believe that's Blake Saucier.
If you look at Jeremy Davis, he is currently in 15th position. We're taking the top 12. This will be the battle area for the transfer position. Right now it's held by Thomas Harmon in the 68 machine, who's going to make the move to make it potentially 3 wide. We see the outside lane, huge checkup. Nowhere to go with Jeremy Davis. He gets in the 97. 97 spinning in the grass. Multiple cars trying to fight their way back up the track. Pressy in the 4 car keeps it stable. This might be Jeremy Davis's best chance of locking his way in. Don't know what the admins will see from that.
Oh, we got car sideways up
Leaders
front.
record.
Here we go again. Not Carmen, no. Oh no. Whoa, we got to see the finishing order here, but we saw several cars. This happens every year. Oh, what a shame. They were safe. They were good to go. They had no reason to do that. And just, we're going to have to see how this results shake out here, but it looks like as of now, our 12th place position was Tyler V. Murray, and Rocky Boyd wins this race. He will move on to the transfer position, but we got to really look at, scoring. These are very unofficial results. There's probably going to be some penalties here within the top 10 that really shake up the order. See Blake Saucier there, stuck on the inside, car destroyed. Rocky Boyd's going to come across to celebrate his win tonight. Did a very good job managing the race, managing that last lap for him. He will be racing tomorrow in the Winstel 400. Gotta wait for official word from the admins on who is going to make it, who is not. Should be celebrating here.
This is a photo finish across the line backwards to try and get into this race. I think it's currently held by Tyler Murray in the 16, but literally everyone from 7th to 16th crossed the line wrecked in some form or fashion.
Yeah, again, we talk about it every year. The guys who are safe decide to get greedy, and they tend to either wreck or, cause an accident. And it caught up several cars that were inside the top 10 that really had no reason to be racing like that. So shame to see that, but we'll have to see what the official scoring is. Obviously, all the guys up in the hauler will take a look at it and make a decision here as we wait to see the official results.
I mean, I keep reliving this last run down the short chute out of 4. I don't really know what we're doing in this lead pack. I mean, it's a total of like 15 cars. I mean, down the back straightaway, we're arguing like, oh man, is Jeremy B. Davis going to have enough momentum to get there? Meanwhile, we're wrecking up here in locked in positions. I mean, this wreck started in the 4th position with Tyler B. Murray getting pushed by Roger Saucer in the 5 and then Ryan Hill on the outside lane. I just don't know what we're doing here.
See the restart here. This is the green flag with 2 to go of this race. You're going to see a bunch of cars in the back kind of really get crazy here. Up to number 1. The first incident takes off guys like Ryan Doucette, Riley Marabello there in the 92, I believe Jonathan Hernandez as well. You're going to see just a little check up there, and it just puts a bunch of people in the wall. Here goes Jessica gets turned, several cars up into the fence, and that takes them out of contention there. See Mo Perry escape on the bottom. Back up front, we're going to see Sean Pellick and Dylan Roberts get squeezed into the fence here as they make their charge up. I believe there's 4 wide there. There just isn't really room for that. Just the chaos of it all. But they go around, and now we have about 15 cars left in that lead pack, right? And you should be a little bit smarter here in managing what you're doing if you're within that top 10 or so. To get to the back straightaway here, we just took the white flag. We're going to see a big checkup, I believe, in the middle lane, the middle of the back straightaway, that's going to show Jimmy Davis into the back of somebody, kind of head off in the turn onto the back straightaway here. We see this line of cars on the top side. So watch between the blue 97 machine and Jimmy B. Davis. He's going to get shoved into him there. So I believe if I'm in the booth, or if I'm in the admin hauler, I believe I'm putting that on Jimmy Davis. You see Blake Saucier here getting pushed from behind by Ryan Hill. He's going to turn the 16 machine of Tyler Murray down into that line of cars, including Carmen Sienna. Ryan Hill's involved. One car down pit road. We see the finish. 3 wide at the line. That was overshadowed by everything going on in the background. What a fantastic finish. The 13 might be at ping there too, though, because you cannot go below the yellow line to advance your position. So we're going to have to wait for the call on that as well. There's a lot of calls that need to be made to determine who wins, or who not only wins, but transfers through to the final race tomorrow. And we see the 13 going out of bounds there. Cannot do that. I don't know if he'll be penalized for that since he didn't advance his position, but still, either way, you can't do that in Winstel competition.
I mean, we're looking at this, but I mean, when you look at the 12 coming across, not the 12 car, but the 12 position coming across the line, I mean, this is a just wrecked.
Oh my gosh!
Scrap metal. Oh.
See people piling in here as we back it up here. Tyler Murray is credited with 12th with in-game scoring, but there's going to be penalties to look at and whatnot. I believe the 53 is down there on pit road, so he might get cleared. You know, obviously he was penalized by the game, but you got to see where he crossed the line. See, he gets turned sideways there, no fault of his own. Bulldozes his way through here, and look at them all sideways. Oh my. Gets pushed forward just the slightest bit by, I believe, the 99 machine of Eli Sasek. Incredible job to kind of push through that, but again, we'll have to see what pans out and who finishes where. Several people who are going to be under review here. Looking here at the number 5 machine of Blake Saucier on board here, pushing Tyler Murray's in the line here. Again, you don't need to be aggressive here. You guys are all safely in, but he gets off center here, pulls him to the right, back to the left, into the side of Carmen Sienna. You see Carmen get bulldozed around there, and then they all try to push themselves forward here. Looks like Blake crosses the line there, or Bryce, sorry, crosses the line there ahead of Tyler Murray in, I believe, P11. So again, it's a good chance he gets pinged for this, and it's launched to above the grandstands, just like Elliott Sadler was in the 2000 Michigan practice. So we're going to have to erase this footage eventually. Can't let the fans see that. Again, these are unofficial results. These are transfers unofficially. We got Rocky Boyd winning, Keaton Diedrich second, Craig Lautenslager, Leandro Moreira, Jalen Handcamp, Nicholas Pressey, Jimmy B. Davis, Ryan Hill, Corey Cook, Cole Hooper, Bryce Saucier, and Tyler Murray. But we need to circle, as we see the guys who were on the outside looking in. We got Eli Sasek, Carmen Sienna, Sean Peleg, Mo Perry. So really, I want to circle 13th and 14th here. There are 2 drivers in the top 12 who are under review, right? Who we may be looking at penalties for. So if you're 13th and 14th, you got to look to see if they get moved to the back of the line here. So we're still waiting on a review from the admins. We don't have that officially yet. So once we get those official results, we can tell you who officially has transferred. We see the 25th on back cars, and then again, the back of the field here. Most of these guys did not make it through the first half of the race.
Yeah, unfortunate for a lot of front runners in this race that led laps up there all day. I mean, when I think of names like that, I think of Ryan Doucette, who came from the back basically twice, Kyle Benson, other guys who were up front all day who just got caught up in a wreck that wasn't even their own before the wreck in 3 and 4, before the wreck coming to the start-finish line. I mean, a lot of these guys ran out of luck, you know, as soon as the green flag dropped on this last run here. And it's unfortunate to be put in a position because, you know, usually, like unofficial results will usually end up being official, but this really is a situation to where we're put in the uncomfortable situation of, hey, we do need to wait on race officials to go through. Look, because a lot happened, during these last 2 laps. If I was a betting man, which I am, I would lean towards possibly Eli and even Carmen getting in, but that's just me, where I'm at right now. But it is unfortunate we're put in that situation right now on a second chance race for so much footage to be overlooked. And I believe right now it's just McGee, Phil, and I think Nicholas having to go through all that.
Yeah, I think Bud's in there too as well. Really a tough situation, right? I mean, you don't really want to be in the situation where you have to start calling balls and strikes. But if I had to take a guess, I'd imagine Jeremy Davis and Bryce Socia will probably be getting put to the end of the line. Maybe not Bryce Socia. I don't know if he was getting pushed by Ryan Hill there. But I believe those 2 incidents will be cause for concern for the admin. See the incident there. I don't know if Ryan Hill was pushing Bryce. See both of them go sideways there around. Ryan Hill and both Bryce Socia have made it, or were within the top 12, so either one of those 2 found at fault would advance another driver. Let's see. Again, just a lot of chaos here. As we wait for the official review, let's take a look at the upcoming broadcast review. Tomorrow, we have the Winstel 400 live, 7:30 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. We got on January 19th, 2 weeks later, the 2025 ARCS A2 Draft, live at 7 p.m. on YouTube. Then January 26th, the ARCS A2 Clash, 7 p.m. on YouTube again. February 2nd, ARCS Daytona Duels, live, 7 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. Then on February 8th, we have some endurance racing, Peck at Spa, beginning at 7 a.m. On YouTube. And February 15th, VRR GT Tour at Daytona takes us through the next month of racing on ABN, live 2 p.m. Eastern on Twitch. Then tomorrow for Winstel competition, join us live on YouTube, 5 p.m. Eastern for the pre-race show, including the last chance qualifier, which many of these drivers will be sent to. We'll be taking, I believe, 5, depending on how everything worked out with the professionals not being needed. I believe it's the number. And then afterwards on Twitch, 7:30 p.m. live, the green flag for the Winstel 400 miles of action live from Daytona International Speedway. So far, we've locked in, I believe, this will make it almost 38 now, depending on the review. Again, apologies for the delay. We are still waiting on the review. All the admins taking their best keen eye at it. We want to make sure we get this right the first time and only have to tell you this one time. So, Cruz, I want to get your thoughts here as we finish that. What are your thoughts on the aggression level, and what are you thinking about for tomorrow as you work your way through the field, starting from the back?
Oh boy, I mean, we might be in a situation similar to last year, to where the first, 50, 60 laps or so, there's a lot of aggression. Guys, use their one faster pair or run to situations where they just can't be competitive, and then we possibly end up going green for the second half. I mean, based on what I saw in my first heat, that's what I would lean towards. We saw this, this race start off really, really green, and with very little actual 3-wide racing up front, to just end up falling into a bit of a wreck fest there, and it's going back, it's just unfortunate that this situation has come up to where there's so much that has to be reviewed, which will be reviewed well within reason. But I feel for the admins right now having to go through all this stuff, because I can see the Discord chat going crazy with tons of unread messages that I haven't seen yet, and just shout out to the admin team for having to go through all this, because I know how hard that is. But leaning to tomorrow, I think I'm probably gonna ride for the first 40 laps. I just want to get through at least the first 2 yellows right off the bat. I just want to say I didn't waste a faster pair early tomorrow. So anything after lap 35 or whatever, I'll be taking with whatever's happening in the race. But I know for a fact I'm gonna be being very cautious and just riding to start the race tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day of racing. I mean, hopefully, with me transferring in, I get to at least qualify and get my starting position kind of worked out. You see cars fly by here. These nice little still flybys. Still, again, waiting on the results to be official. Much like real NASCAR, this takes a while. There's a lot of views to look at, a lot of things to consider. So as we wait, I'm going to pull up the top 12 again on the screen for us so we can kind of talk through what the... Okay, thank you. Talking to the producer behind the scenes. Thank you very much, everyone behind the scenes of the ABN. It's been a long night. A lot to handle, 3 different races, so great job of them being troopers and pulling it all together. But again, we look at these results, people like Rocky Boyd, Caden Dietrich, all these guys are in officially, right? So top 12 advance. We're going to have to circle here, though, Rice Saucier and Jeremy Davis. Both of these two were involved in incidents on the last couple laps there, and it's going to be questionable whether they are allowed through or receive penalties.
I would also be circling the 13. I don't know why Craig went below the yellow for no reason in third.
That's a good point. Yeah, we got to circle Craig as well.
I think there's a real chance Eli, Carmen, and Sean are all in positions, that could realistically turn transfer spots.
So, like, again, yeah, at the next page, those top 3 drivers there, Eli Sassett, Carmen Sienna, and Sean Peleg. Any of those drivers ahead of them get disqualified, they will be moving into the top 12 to transfer through. So that is what we're waiting on now. Again, they're going to look at everything that's possible. They're going to have to make a call whenever that call comes in.
I think this might be a call that might be having to be updated on Twitter, or at least it's certainly in the Winstel Discord later tonight. But I am not. I don't know if we're going to see a ruling within a timely, not a timely manner, but at least in the broadcast window.
For now, we will leave you, or we will keep staying on the air and wait a little bit longer to see if they can get an official ruling within the broadcast window. We were right on board with race winner Rocky Boyd for the final restart. It's a little bit pulled ahead by the Diedrich and Lawton Slugger combo. Didn't really have much help behind him here, so in a situation like this, you're kind of feeling kind of helpless, right? You got the inside line really pulling ahead of you here, and you're really just praying for Tyler Murray behind you in the 16 to get to your bumper and just start shoving, right? He gets to him here, and he's going to get him a little bit sideways down the back straightaway. So again, really not having a great bit of push here to see. Now he has Diedrich ahead of him, so he's going to really pull up behind him. And we saw here in the broadcast that those two got a pretty big lead as they get lined up in tandem here, and they start to pull away from the field behind them as they race hard towards the white flag. So when you're in this situation here, you're feeling fantastic, right? You've got control of the race. You are pulling away from the field. The mirror is getting smaller and smaller, and you're just smiling as you take the white flag. See, hand back around and hitting that back bumper nice and square and steady.
We are getting some up to LAU as you go through it.
So we are going to take a look here. So from Christian Budd, the turn 2 wreck on the first stack up was called a racing deal. Again, the turn 3 wreck took out Sean Peleg and Dylan Roberts. It's called a racing deal. So we also have a DQ for Jeremy Davis for that back straightaway crash on the last lap, and a DQ for Ryan Hill for pushing the 5 into the 16. Those are the 2 incidents we were looking at. So that should move Eli Sassett and Carmen Sienna into the field.
We're still waiting on that to be official, but that is what we're currently looking at right now.
I believe there's also a look at the at Thomas, who was pushed across the line in the grass. He got a penalty for being in pit lane. So it may be a bit of a change in positions due to a penalty induced by Irish, and that might have been it. So there's a red on board of Carmen Sienna on the last lap here. Still scanning to look and see if any more updates from the admin team. Look at everything. We do know officially now that Ryan A. Hill and Jimmy B. Davis are out. They were disqualified for their incidents on the last lap. So those two will not make the Winstel 400. That means we know Eli Sasek is in. You're still questioning who was the 12th and final position to make it in.
I do want to reiterate, we don't have to worry about this stuff if we aren't wrecking. If we could have just come out of 4 and top 12 make it. We didn't need to be wrecking all over the track on a white flag.
Agreed. We're going to see off the back spoiler of Thomas Harmon here. We're going to see Jimmy Davis is going to come down here. He's going to run into the back of 97. That is what draws his penalty there. You see a bunch of cars head down to the grass. Eli Sasek there, we saw go through the grass. He's going to come back to transfer in provisionally based off of his run to the line. So we're going to look around here. We're going to see Ryan Hill push the 5 car. What a great camera car Mr. Harmon was. You see him get pushed to the grass. He goes through the grass, and you're going to see him spin back around and cross the line there. So the question is, we're going to have to look at it. Who crossed the line first between him and Carmen? They both spun through the grass there. Thomas was given a penalty by Irish for going on the pit road. We're going to have to take a look here and see who was the first to cross that start-finish line. Actually, we've just gotten official word from Philip Snipes. Thomas Harmon is the last car to be transferred through on the basis of crossing the start-finish line slightly ahead of Carmen Sienna here in the grass. Take a look here. You're going to see him just barely nipping at the start-finish line there. That little line on pit road. Barely a nose ahead of Carmen Sienna. So Thomas Harmon is our last transfer position into the Winstel 400 from this event.
Pit lane helps out again. That's how I won my Winstel 400. I go through the pits and being cleared, because we don't let iRacing decide penalties, man. If you gotta go through pit lane to avoid a wreck, or because you're involved in a wreck, you should not be penalized. But we were talking about Carmen this whole time. I'd never even looked down pit lane to see where Thomas was.
I missed him entirely there. Great job by everybody. And we have now Christian Budd and Philip Snipes joining us, the officials of this tonight, to let us know their official rulings.
Yep, I'll let Phil kind of go here. But basically, we did have 2 incidents on the last lap, and those were determined to be drivers at fault. Our rules read that if you cause an incident at the point of no return, you are stopped scoring at the point you caused the incident. So those 2 drivers who had finished top 10 were disqualified, which bumped up 2 of the drivers. And then I'll let Phil explain the last transfer spot.
And like I was saying, after the wreck off of turn 4, a couple cars had to go below in the pit road and got black flagged. Tried to clear it. It wouldn't clear it. They came across the line just ahead of Carmen. So it ended up, and that person getting the last transfer after being black flagged and didn't get cleared in time would be Thomas Harmon.
All right, thank you guys both for your clarification. Great job to both of you for taking the time to look at every angle, every possibility, and getting us an official roster for tomorrow's Winstel 400.
Yep, thank you. And remember, if you didn't make it in, you still have a chance one more time with the last chance race tomorrow.
correct. Our last chance race will be tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube on ABN, where we will advance another few more machines to fill out our field for the Winstel 400. Live tomorrow night on Twitch, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. You see the final transfer spot by the slimmest of margins within the triable grass here as we kind of fly our little drone over the flags and to kind of take a look at how close it truly was, just a matter of inches. But that is the tough luck of Daytona. Daytona giveth, Daytona taketh away. So with that, our official transfer list is Rocky Boyd, Caden Diedrich, Craig Lautenslager, Andrew Marrero, Jalen Handcamp, Nicholas Pressey, Corey Cook, Cole Hooper, Bryce Saucier, Tyler Murray, Eli Sasek, and Thomas Harmon make it through to tomorrow's Winstel 400. Again, I want to thank all of our viewers for sticking around through all of this as we kind of looked at all the angles, reviewed everything. Thank you for both Christian Budd and Philip Snipes for coming down here to help us clarify everything. And again, I want to thank everybody who tuned in tonight. I want to thank Brandon Cruz Montevice for standing beside me to commentate. I want to wish all of you a good night as we head off for tomorrow's Winstel 400 festivities.